All right. I'm not exploding anymore. Everything's being fine.
Awesome.
Nice, nice.
Too bad.
Though I love XP, um, didn't we get XP already for last?
Yeah, we definitely did just level
We
like at the
like,
end of last
cause
session.
I remember bugging you for the last 15 or 5 XP that I
Yeah.
needed. So I'm pretty
Did
sure
I
I'm
give you
only
all of
10
them?
out of 1,000.
Did I give you guys all of the XP at that time? I'm not sure I calculated it out at the time.
Um.
I
I
got like
was confused if
400 some, I think, total.
Yeah, it looks like you gave everybody 320 at the end of last session,
I think I was
Okay.
not
and then
actually
you bumped
4,
some
but
other people up to levels.
yeah, I wasn't quite at 4, but I think we just said screw it, and I just put myself at 4.
Right.
Yeah. So you
Uh,
gave us 320 XP if that wasn't the full total.
Let me see. I think if you subtract 200, then we'll be where we're meant to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're all at 326. Or I'm at 326. Somewhere around 326 is where we should all be.
Yeah.
we're at 326 above level 4.
Yes.
Okay, I'll set mine to that.
And there's no like every time you level up you get this, right?
Well,
I mean, your proficiency bonus goes up, but
But
that's done
that's all,
automatically.
yeah, that and my
Yeah.
max HP, that's all
Yep.
automatic.
Though I think everything that happens every level is automatic.
Okay.
Like there's no every level that you get to choose, except spells kind of.
I get to choose 2 spells to learn each level.
Because I think you get to choose spells if you're learn spells, but I think you also gain some spell slots.
There was a total of 0 spells that were a total of 1 action besides magic missile, and I didn't want to be that kind of guy using magic missile all the time.
It's there.
So
Yeah, it's there for a
so
reason.
the only thing I had was a reaction blood vendetta, which I think is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah,
That was pretty nice.
if it for punishing it for having the audacity to spill your blood, I love it.
mhm.
But yeah, I think every level as a spellcaster, if you're a mainline one, I think you alternate between gaining another slot of your highest and then gaining a new level of highest.
Is there a way to minimize this quest log, this new quest log that we have, and my health versus my familiar's health?
I think you can go into your your configure settings button, your module settings. I think you can just turn it off there.
Okay,
I don't think that there's a fast one. It just came out.
gotcha.
Let's see.
Because the quest log itself that we have, you can't actually, you can minimize it, and that's more or less good enough. I prefer like the drop down thing that we have in the right on that the new drop down thing where it actually has descriptions of each quest, but I would like to minimize that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I think the thing that you're going to look for is the new module that I just put in called Workshops Party Unit Frames. Let me see.
I can
I
put a.
can I can just set it right here. I don't know if you guys can individually set it, but that should have popped it out.
What about the health tracker?
Um, I think you can individually disable that one. That will be also under that same thing that I said.
Same thing.
Workshop Workshops Party Unit Frames under module settings.
Um.
That would almost be a
And
nice thing
Oh, I
to be
see.
able to see on a party level as well. But then
Yep.
we'd probably have to have ownership of the rest of the party to actually see that.
Yep, that's correct. It looks like this on my screen.
Huh, nice.
I can change the style of that.
Because that'd be really useful for knowing who actually needs to be healed. But I don't imagine there's an easy way to make it so I could see that.
I think it's for all players is an option on there.
Is it? Check.
Show resource values.
I don't think I can actually turn off.
Oh no, that just shows the actual values.
I don't think I can turn off the health thing. I can just change the filter and the skin for it. But I can't actually turn it off.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's a hide
Yeah.
button for it yet.
All right.
Not
my.
that you'll probably want to do so just yet, while we still have bugs in the system. In case you guys ever lose your token and tab isn't working, you can just click on your bar and it should snap you.
Oh, that's nifty. All right, I'll keep that around. That's nice.
Double tapping will zoom you to your current position. And single tap will do targeting.
Then now it's irritating me because I can't actually move it.
Should move with the little.
I know, that's
plus
what I'm
symbol.
saying. It was moving just a second ago. I don't know what I'm doing.
Do you now have it just stuck in the middle of your screen?
I mean, it's not in the middle of my screen, but I would like it a little bit more out of the way. Yeah.
There is a reset button for it.
Yeah.
Reset your frames position. We'll boot it back to the default.
Yeah.
Also, I've updated portraits as requested.
Oh yeah, I saw. Thank you for making mine the unruly beard. Loving it.
So now the whole party is mostly beards.
As it should be.
That's why they trusted us to be Tiagda's uncle.
Yep, I
That's
mean,
right.
you got the look. That's half the battle. Does it look good on an official portraiture?
Could they be someone's uncle? Yes or no checkboxes.
Will they look like Nosferatu in a family portrait? No? Okay, they're good.
Uncle Erebus.
Yo, that'd be fucking spooky, dude.
What's that? Don't worry, it's just Cthulhu Batman. There was a weird point in our kingdom's history where Cthulhu Batman was just the uncle of the prince. Don't ask questions.
Yeah. Nice, nice.
If you
We
ask
are-
questions, he comes back, so please don't.
It's like naming a bear. You can't call it its actual name. Otherwise, you call a bear.
Oh yeah. Like the original word for bear is lost because everybody was too terrified to say it, so they called it the brown one instead.
Nice.
Yep. The Proto-Indo-European word for it just basically translates to the destroyer of beehives.
Got him.
Nice, dude. Fucking
So
Winnie the
that's
Pooh out here, making strides.
Okay, so welcome. Thank you all for coming. Let me get my tablet out of the way. First things first, a couple of things have changed in the back end of the software to my benefit, hopefully, which should automate a couple of tasks and also allow us to have multi-level battlefields where you can see what's going on underneath you instead of having multiple slices of a map where you're discreetly fighting on separate layers and can't see what's going on the others if you're above them. That should be fixed now. I should have that fixed, and we should be able to define environments where it basically creates clones of your tokens on the higher levels, so that you can see people moving around and so forth below. That should be in. Also, my traps stuff is mostly good to go. It's not entirely ready yet, so I'll still be doing everything manually for this session. But by next session, I should be able to have some automated traps, which will automatically prompt rolls and so forth, allowing me to focus more on descriptions and interactions. Please wait while I move these 7 books that I had to pull out. Okay. Now that I have some room, a drink, and my sanity, there is one little caveat. You may encounter something in today's game which you may think at first is a bug. Let me know if you've encountered a bug, and I will let you know whether it is or is not a bug.
Sounds a little too foreboding.
Become an entomologist.
There is also that interpretation, yes. But firstly, cards. What time and which of the 3?
Well, 7:13 is
7:13.
unanimous. It has to be 7:13. Now, which number card, that's a different story.
This is a self-roll roll. I'm looking forward to having this be an actual deck of cards that I'm drawing from.
I vote 2.
It's gonna be real funny if the
I'm
session
gonna
ever
be
gets canceled.
I'm gonna be changing my vote. That's
I
my
have my
vote.
phone set to always alert at 7:13 on Tuesdays.
Huh?
So if a session gets canceled, it's just gonna go off in the middle of me doing something.
I think
You don't know, but there is still a fate
Yeah.
card being drawn.
Somebody's still drawing a card.
Okay, so that is the familiar. Unfortunately, does not get a vote. Oh, Marv. Which one are you going to go for?
No, I have to roll for it. Wait a minute. All right, never mind. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it too. I was trying to make a joke, but it's taking too long. Just trying to roll like a 1d0 plus 2, and you can't do that because you can't
Yeah.
roll 1d0.
Yeah, it just rejects it. Sorry.
Yep.
Roll 1d1.
There you go.
That's true.
There you go.
2d1s.
Yep.
Flip it. Point in space.
Okay, so that is 3, 2, 2, 3. So that's a dead tie. Therefore,
I rolled a 2. Wait, hold on. How many? Wait, we have 4 players. Never mind. This is a dead tie.
yes, I've got 2 for 2 and 2 for 3. Therefore, representatives of 2 and 3, pick your representative, and that representative call high or low.
What's it? It's just me and Steve are 3. Is that what this is?
Yes.
All right, fuck you, Steve. We're going high.
We'll take the low.
All right. Whomever is closer to the value rolled gets the card.
It was private.
Oh,
Got him.
Rolls a 10.
that's an invalid result. There we go.
God damn it, dude.
It's gonna nudge fate.
That was impressive. I called that.
Good job. Everyone's hero points are at 1. Please adjust if necessary. And so, who won that?
That would be
The
Vince.
2s.
Yeah, the 2s.
Twos, yeah.
The 2s. All right, cool. I will delete the other ones and save a copy of that in my very private text channel. Do-do. Only I can see it.
Nice.
All right. And that will explode into existence at 7:13 p.m. Or in some 50-odd minutes. All right. So, anything before we begin? Take that as a big no. All right. So you guys are currently lounging in the lair of a alternate Sashula, having just spent the last 2 hours conversing about weirdness involving alternate worlds um, and dark versions of yourself, and so on and so forth. But the main thrust of it was that the prince, whom you have been safeguarding, um, is destined for the throne for um, even grander reasons that they're not quite specifying at the moment. As for getting out of this forest, you're I think it was Kios's. Yeah, Kios, you have the Linzatic compass, right?
Correct.
Your compass has been charged with a profanity to Althara, and her anger should lead you out of the forest, as she will attempt to strike you with lightning
I
several
mean,
times.
it's better than being stuck in here forever.
True. Glass half full.
So, I presume you bid farewell to the ice cavern dwellers, and set yourself on your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. Should come up with a code word though, so we know we haven't been replaced by our dark versions.
But if they're versions of us from the future, then they would know the code words.
That's why you gotta pick the third word that you think of.
But then they'll know that we would think of the third word, because we've already had this
You're right.
conversation.
We gotta ask Cole for a code word, so that we wouldn't know it until he told it to us.
Yeah, so he has to tell us the code word next time we meet him.
Or
we
just
won't know
we
it
go
until
back and
then.
ask him. Because that way we'll know in the future. Because
But
he's
then
not allied with our
Hmm.
dark versions that are hunting us, right?
That's what he says.
That's what we would
Yeah.
hope.
So he wouldn't tell the dark versions our code word, unless we've already been replaced, but then it's too late.
That's true.
Campaign quiz.
Any of us could be a dark versions of ourselves at any time, and we would never know.
But if we've always been the dark versions of ourselves, then we're really the dark versions of ourselves?
That's true. Every single one of us separately came back to replace us, and the others don't know that we're all just the dark versions of ourselves already.
We are now living in the scrambled timeline of Primer.
We have the bad timeline, unlucky.
Hang on, let me. For those of you who don't get that reference, which is fair because Jesus Christ, um, here's your guide to the linear film that is a singular 2 hour film called Primer, presented in the form of timelines. Each bar representing its own causality chain that happens at the same time as the movie.
Oh,
Hmm.
this is the Matrix on steroids. Eh?
Nine timelines interacting at the same time in a 2 hour film.
Yeah.
Concurrently. At the same time in the same timeline.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's
Yeah.
it's a cast of 3, but secretly it's a cast of 27.
Hmm.
Not all the time, of course, because people keep dying. Nevertheless, debating code words and the like, you guys head through the forest, and it's not 10 feet when you step out of this icy cave that a crackling bolt of lightning arcs overhead, intercepting the half sphere above you, and being forced to arc to ground off to the northeast.
Do we follow the lightning to the northeast? Is that what we were told?
No matter where she strikes, it will lead to an edge of the forest.
That's true. We just keep hugging the left wall.
So, following?
I suppose so. We're just
Alright.
headed out, dude.
Yeah.
That's true.
You guys will continue following the lightning bolts, which will keep coming. It's been about 30 minutes now, and you feel like you're getting a little closer to the edge of this place. And in that 30 minutes, about 7 bolts of lightning have been hurled down. Althara is very displeased with whatever is involved with this compass right now. And after another 30, you guys will be at the edge. Emerging from the trees to the grassy plains that surround the Godwood, and the smattering of tents and armed guards who are watching its
Ooh.
forced edge.
What was the task that we went in there to accomplish that we were gonna die if we don't achieve?
Don't let anyone else get killed.
Don't let
So-
anyone get killed, and make sure that the supplies reach their destination effectively.
Yeah.
While meeting up with somebody to determine what was going on in the woods that was killing all the people that were going in there.
Yikes.
Well,
Well,
we
I
met
mean,
up with somebody and we figured out what was going on in the woods. Just
And
because
nobody
somebody was
died.
already dead and somebody else told us what was going
Yeah.
on.
But nobody died under our watch. They were already dead. It does not count.
I don't know if I
I
completely
don't know,
agree with
dude.
that.
Pretty sure
Um,
that line of defense will prompt a deception roll.
Hey man, I just saw a beautiful tree and I wanted to compliment it, and I don't.
And he
There's,
fucked us all.
well,
Warped us into
Literally
the
just
fucking woods.
I mean that's
rule
just a
number
matter of
one.
perspective, honestly. I mean,
I had to kill my son. That's my perspective.
it's fine. He would have been a piece of shit like you, anyways.
Rude fucking tree nerd.
So, here now at the edge of the forest, which is surrounded by tents and armed men patrolling, how do you wish to proceed?
I vote we walk straight towards the medical tent where
I mean,
Tiagda is.
I don't know that we're gonna be able to break Tiagda out easily by
I'm sure
force.
if we just
'Cause,
go
I mean-
explain it to what's his name?
Yeah, I figure we
Ben.
came back from the woods. We return as if we did our job to the best of our ability.
And which we did,
Mostly.
mostly.
Also,
I-
Kiosk. Come up with the second and third word that come to your head, so we have call and response code word just in case.
The heck was the guy's name who was all interested in us?
Adard. think.
Bard? Okay.
Or
He-
bearing.
yeah, he was
Adard.
interested in you
Yes,
guys. We're
Yeah.
kind of Marv and I are kind of fucked.
No,
Just go
you
talk to
are.
Barry.
I run faster than you do. You're screwed.
Marv is fine. Marv can get the
Yeah.
hell out of Dodge.
Yeah,
Don't have to outrun the pursuers, just your other party members.
yeah.
Loyalty.
Yep.
Let's go find Bering. I'm sure he'll understand our situation if we calmly explain it to him.
Will he?
Worth a shot.
Let's plan C. Plan C. Let's figure out a plan A and a B, and we'll consider that on plan C.
Plan A is walk straight up to the medical tent, grab Tiagda, and just leave without saying a word to everybody.
Except the medical tent is guarded and full of Analesians who would probably fight to keep him there.
See,
Also, our nephew is
I
currently
think you're just being
trained in
pessimistic.
They're
Oh.
currently helping our nephew, as far as we're aware.
there. Yeah. So it might do more harm than good to remove him from the medical tent.
Hmm.
I don't know, I say we go just talk to the commander and hope that it goes well. And if it doesn't, then we try and fight and go down fighting again.
Yep. Alright, what's our plan? Who goofed that wasn't us? What happened? We need to
I mean,
send out the plan before we go in there, you know?
The convoy had something happen to it, and everybody disappeared.
How about we just go with complete and utter honesty Literally
Yeah.
have no idea what happened. Got teleported around. Lightning told us how to get out of the forest.
Yeah, the only
Oh,
thing that we probably don't want to tell them about is Cole and Shishula.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably don't
We
want to
could
tell
probably
them that.
share the information we got from them somewhat, just not who gave it to us.
We can probably not tell them that there's evil versions of us looking to destroy the universe.
Yeah, that too.
Maybe. Well, I mean,
we do have some form of plausible deniability. We only, like, 20% know what happened.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unless someone has. Did I directly witness certain party members doing the exact things we were told not to do, or was I just teleported around, you know? How much plausible deniability do I have?
Well, I mean, I actually that's actually what happened to me. Like, you guys got teleported
Yep,
around. I
that's
wasn't
true.
looking and didn't know what happened in character at least.
Yep. If I don't know, I don't know.
Uh,
I can assume.
so I guess that's the plan.
Yeah, you
That's
guys are
right.
gonna have to lead
Try
this one.
diplomacy.
You guys are gonna have to lead this one again because I'm still get out of my swamp mentality
Yeah,
right now.
Put a
So
muzzle on Kiosk so he doesn't
Yeah.
make her more angry.
Plan C has now become Plan A, and
Yep.
Plan A has now become Plan C.
That's correct.
Plan B is I lead diplomacy.
Plan
B
B
beg.
is circus clowns.
Oh,
Yes.
Plan D is I lead
Yeah.
diplomacy.
Right now,
Plan D
right
for
now,
diplomacy.
right
Plan
now,
A is
plan is
normal.
just brutal honesty.
Yeah. Plan A, brutal honesty, just full open book. If that doesn't work, we start begging. If that doesn't work, we try to break our nephew out in a futile attempt.
And if that doesn't work, then we have Kiosk try and talk to him.
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Or we just sacrifice Kiosk to him in exchange for him.
Yo, what the fuck?
I
Your
agree with that
woods.
plan.
For
It's
what
not
it's
our
worth,
nephew's woods.
you guys know that these guys aren't particularly the forgiving type.
Yeah.
Even Eddard was basically saying, I basically threw you guys a line, and you're sort of my responsibility at the moment. But if you do anything, then you got nobody. You got nobody getting your back.
Hmm.
I mean, we
Well, I mean,
tried.
yeah, it's literally not my fault. There's absolutely nothing I could have done about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say we give it a shot and then something can go terribly wrong.
Yeah.
But until then, we try diplomacy, I guess. Hasn't
Nothing
failed
has
yet.
nothing has
Diplomacy's
currently
everything.
gone. They are not shooting us with the ballista upon exiting the woods, so obviously we haven't screwed up yet.
Yeah, we're fine.
This is where I start playing the theme of Voss, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Dark
All right.
Souls best theme.
The whole forest is a boss fog. If you
Yep.
leave it, you encounter a boss.
Yep, just a big health bar appears below on the bottom of your vision.
Oh no, it's the world. The world is going to try to kill you.
Yep.
Somebody once told you the world was going to roll you. Okay, so minimize that so I can keep that up without it crowding up my entire view. So plan A. Plan A is to just find, I suppose, Eddard, and be like, here's what happened. And if that doesn't work, then you escalate to plan B, which is, all right, diplomacy has failed, but maybe we don't have to fight. And then there's plan C, which is, all right, guess we're fighting then.
Yeah.
And B is police assault in progress, and we just break them out of there best we can.
Fair enough. All right. Give me a society, whoever would like to try and find Eddard. While you guys trounce out of the forest edge.
Say society?
I think I still have the highest rate.
I was
There
about to
we
say,
go.
you're the only one trained in it.
Vincent, you take the lead as a pair of particularly dour-looking gentlemen. Take note of the party of bearded men trouncing out of the woods. They walk up, weapons in hand, and tell you to drop your arms.
They're attached to my body.
By which
I'm
you,
on
by which you think they mean your weapons.
I'll just
I just have my
look about
staff.
myself. Yeah,
I'm gonna
look
hold
about
on to my.
myself and can go ahead.
I'm gonna hold on to my staff just in case. If they start asking a lot, then I'll put it away. But I won't. I won't drop it.
See, I'll just look about myself and shrug at him. I don't really know what he wants me to do.
It's true.
Yeah,
Eh.
I'll disarm and I guess hand him my weapons or put them away, whichever he wants.
All right,
Yeah.
Vincent. As the party disarms themselves, complying to their requests, you edge your way in with a "Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's fine. We're cool. We're cool. Nothing needs to happen here. By the way, we're looking for Eddard. Can you guys direct us to him or take us to him? It's really important."
That was the guy that was in the convoy with us, right?
No,
That
Eddard
was
was the one that
Oh yeah.
He's the guy that's
claimed me
trying
and
to.
Vincent.
Yeah, he's trying to recruit you guys.
That's
basically.
right. That's right.
They'll stop and consider it, but they're not convinced yet. Somebody's going to have to give them a good reason by way of diplomacy or intimidate to do so.
I'll give
It
him
seems that they're currently following a prior order they were given.
I'll give him a diplomacy to try and get him to help us.
Nice.
They debate amongst themselves for a moment, and eventually they just shrug, and they say, "All right, it's your head, but you're coming with us either way." Um, they will take up sides on either side of the party, collecting your weapons from the ground. They will leave you with your staff, Kios,
Okay.
and you guys will be on your way to the ring of tents and etc. that surround the Godwood. Peeling off towards the left, where you arc around for about a quarter of a mile before you reach the western edge of the forest, where you notice the familiar larger tents and so on and so forth that you encountered in the previous session, including the medical tent, which seems to have upped its security. They had 2 guards out front. Now they've got like 2 guards guarding the door, and there's another 3 that have a campfire going where they're making dinner in front of it. Pass by the tent where they were keeping Kios and Marv for questioning, and then past the barracks to the unnamed larger tent where you guys met with him before. They tell you to stay there. One of them stays behind and stands guard, as the other one walks off. About 5 minutes will pass, and he'll come back. A large man will part the tent, flat bird on shoulder, as he walks in. Right. Well, I assume things didn't go great. He says, looking at the state of you all.
Godwood's spooky place.
Yeah, that about summarizes how things went.
He'll reach over and clap the other guy on the shoulder. "I think I've got this." He'll look back a little concerned. "Are you sure?" "It's fine. What are they going to do? Run past me?"
It's fine.
They know their place here. "All right, fine. It's on your head, Eddard." "I know." The guards will walk off, leaving you with Eddard. He'll take a seat. "Well, it's good that you came to me first. I'm guessing that things didn't go well, seeing as I wasn't informed of any successful transmissions of supplies, and the lady continues to have quite a dour mood. So what happened in there?
Well,
brutal honesty.
we were in the convoy, marching along, then heard a scream, so the convoy leader, I guess, split off to go investigate that. And then, while we were waiting for him to get back, something happened and teleported us to the middle of the woods. Got into a fight, and then in trying to get out, got into more fights, and then finally managed to escape. And now here we are.
He seems to be mulling something. He has the expression of someone who's waiting for you to waiting to hear something that he hasn't heard yet. You can sense that there's a time limit to that, though.
There's a sense motive or something I could try and figure out what he's waiting on. Is there?
Yeah, sure. You can give me a society or a no, society should cover it.
Should I do that, or does it matter?
I could as well. I could use discern secrets.
Yeah, but isn't that like a spell cast to do?
It's somatic, not verbal. So it'd be like a very small thing. I did not pick up the feat to like hide my stuff though, so.
So you're going to outwardly cast it?
How noticeable is the somatic component? Am I like doing a interpretive dance? Like,
it will be recognizable as a gesture, which is associated with casting of magic spells.
alright, then I'm not gonna do that. Not here.
Yeah, basically you'd be looking at him while making gang signs and
right, yeah.
for like 6 seconds.
You got to do your Naruto hand signs for a few seconds. People generally know what they are, even if they don't know exactly what you're doing.
Does that society check tell me what he's thinking about? Or
so this is the noble's politeness zone, effectively, where you're saying something to someone in nobility and they know more than you about the subject. They're asking to verify, and so they're just waiting for you to correct yourself. But you don't have to. It's just a politeness being afforded to you.
do we want to say we met some gods in the Godswood? Like, I mean, it's the Godswood.
I guess, yeah, I'd almost just fill in the rest of the gaps that I kind of didn't fill in the first one. That this first gap would be that Kios turned, looked at a tree, and that was why we all teleported. And I guess I'd probably mention we found found somebody that may very well have been divine in there. I probably wouldn't say we met Grinnin and Shishula.
He'll lean in, interested. What do you mean when you say divine?
Well, they had the vibe, I guess. I don't. It felt very much not like a mortal, and stronger connection to divinity than a Analeshan would have.
Give me a will save. Nice will save. There's a pause as you can almost hear the gears turning in his head. He stares you down, looking deep into your eyes and examining your face. as you have basically ended your statement. Okay. I will make that the DC that he has to beat.
Oh
Ooh,
boy.
ooh.
Oh boy.
Okay. He'll untense a bit. There's a weird vibe that you're getting from this guy, by the way. Who has the highest society in the party? As in trained, trained. Yeah.
I think Vincent.
Yeah,
Just
train
Vincent.
+6 for me.
Vincent, give me another society. The way that he's acting with you. Yeah. I will unveil something about this guy. He has class features. And the class features that he has are of an investigator.
Mm,
Neat.
Just an anecdote there. What he did on you was he used pointed question. Good news about that. He can't do that to you for another hour.
that's good.
He'll stand. All right. Well, I'll make my report. It's probably best that I meet with the lady rather than you. She won't be happy that her supplies have been denied her again, and the fate of our men in the forest remains unclear. But knowing that there's some sort of divinity in there does help us devise countermeasures. Now that we know that there is definitely a divine presence involved, we can move to use our more rare items. Please remain in this tent until I return. At this stage, I can't guarantee your safety if you step out. Understood?
Can he
Is
guarantee
that a
our
fucking
safety if we
threat?
stay in?
He cannot.
Hmm.
Hmm.
There's less things that will notice us and attack us, I'd imagine, if we're in the tent.
That is the
idea.
implication. Yeah.
So I figure we just stay in the tent
I like
till
that.
he comes back. I'll treat wounds on everybody. I'll just keep doing assurance so it doesn't actually fail.
Fair enough.
So I guess I'll start with me. Okay. It takes 30 minutes for me to get to full. Then I guess Kiosk next.
He'll be back in about. The next event will occur in about 2 hours.
Are these heals?
Yeah, you get that last one is for you.
Ooh.
Does that put you at full?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Marv's next.
Don't forget about Pancake. The dude needs 4
Yep.
HP.
Does that 20 something put you at full?
That's 21, right? Yeah.
Yes.
No. Wait. Yeah, 21. No. That's 12 away.
The daily struggles.
And then I rolled boxcars on the one where we needed a 1. Okay, and then that's Pancake.
Alright.
So everybody should now be at full health over the course of an hour and a half.
When does my familiar level up past -1? When is my familiar level?
When you do.
Oh, it's at...
Yeah, it should be your level.
Is it? Oh. I don't know how leveling this shit works, so...
I don't
That's
think
right.
they gain anything beyond just stats.
Yeah.
Alright, well...
Because I think you're the one that actually gains things on the level.
Yep.
they're just kind of like a piece of equipment or something, I guess.
It didn't up anything automatically, so I'm assuming I have to do this manually. What does it do?
Yeah. There's a tool to do that. I will get that done.
Thank you.
And next game. So after a lot of healing, and everyone feeling a lot better, he'll return. But not alone. A man with his eyes blocked off by a mask accompanies him in, dressed in somewhat tattered robe. He'll hold up a hand to them for a moment as he walks in. He has kind of the air about him that this is a briefing of sorts. All right, so you're going to be speaking in a moment with a trusted advisor of the lady. I advise that you treat the situation delicately. There's certainly some subtext to that, but it's not overt.
Okay.
Okay. The man will kind of barge his way in, unbidden. This is them. Yeah. Look, you don't have to ask too much of these people. They don't really know what happened. I questioned them myself.
True
It's
words
not
have
a
been
matter of
spoken.
trust. I'm sure that the lady believes that you believe what you heard was the truth. But, unfortunately, we are not fallible creatures. Sorry. We are not infallible creatures, and so this must be performed. If you will wait outside, sir. Sure. Don't get rough with them. They're under my care. I don't need to get rough with anyone. He'll leave. The man will take a seat smoothly on the stool, kind of inwards to the tent, placing him on kind of like the most interior and you guys closer to the exit as far as positioning goes. I've heard a lot about you, he says, looking at the party. Is it true that when you met the lady and her retinue, that there was a quarrel?
Yeah. Yeah, they attempted to arrest us without any explanation. So we tried to fight back.
Know my rights.
There was an accusation levied that those amongst you were arcanists. Was
I
that
don't
true?
know what that word means.
I'm too dumb to
Barbarian
know
Okaboga.
what.
Spellcasters, in other words.
Does divine spellcasting count as spellcasting? I mean,
Technically.
Oh.
It's more sanctioned. It's the honest way to cast spells.
Well,
I mean, I'm a cleric. I guess I'd tell him.
That's what I was gonna say. I would tell him that I believe people that there are those among us that I don't know if you could classify them as an arcanist, but I'm not personally a spellcaster.
clap Renat on the shoulder and be like, got our trusty priest right here. And then, I don't know, that guy likes trees. Hermit guy, I don't know. Ooga booga barbarian.
So your claim is that not all of you are spellcaster.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, these two, I'll point at Marv's and Vincent, don't know lick about spellcasting.
Have no affinity for the magical arts. Really
What
good
of
at killing
your
things.
what of your nephew?
Um,
Never seen him cast a spell.
yeah,
I
I
have
haven't.
never.
We've
Ooh.
Huh?
Though that is technically true, that's getting rather close to the truth.
Technically, truth is
Well,
the best
no.
kind of truth.
Well, no, I put no insinuation or inflection in that at all. I did pan tell him I have never seen him cast a spell.
I mean, didn't we see him get possessed one time and do some kind of magical stuff? Like,
That wasn't him though. That was the
yeah,
person possessing him. I
yeah.
have never seen him cast a spell.
I say I'm a spiritual.
You're convicted to it.
Hmm.
I'm a spiritual instinct barbarian. I know all about ghosts and spooky things. That didn't look like. I mean, it looked like he got possessed to me.
Okay.
Huh.
Plausible deniability.
Kios, you
Keep
haven't
your
said
mouth shut.
anything. Right?
Yes.
Are you letting them take the lead on this, Kios?
Sorry, I was talking. I was muted. I am leaving it completely up to them because I'm not gonna say shit.
All right, fair enough. He'll look at you guys as you explain, and nod slowly after you're done. I see. Well, you should know, having traveled with him for some time, as I understand.
Honestly, we haven't. Well, do I want to sell? Not. I don't want to say anything more than I have to. Never mind.
Fair enough. I'll retract that as you decided not to say anything after all.
Well, I mean, what are our thoughts on
I mean, the only thing we could try and play off is if it turns out that Tiagda is a spellcaster, and we never knew, we could mention that there were like 2 weeks we're trying to find him again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, we haven't traveled with him that much, so much as traveling to find him, since he was taken
I
by
mean, we were
sleepers.
also protecting him for like a
Yeah,
week or two.
yeah. He honestly, the time where we were traveling with him in our company, he was unconscious for most of it, so
Yeah.
to say that we've been traveling with him a lot, I mean, is technically true, but like, I mean,
In the same way that you travel with a backpack.
yeah.
This guy has a strange presence to him. He has the way that he's asking these questions feels like a conversation. Um, he's very calm and reserved. He doesn't have any outbursts of emotion. He seems to just be taking it in as you deliver it, not providing any resistance towards anything that you guys are saying. And yet, you can't help but feel like he's already like in 7 different locations waiting in ambush in this conversation. It's a strange juxtaposition where the atmosphere is calm, um, but there's this hidden tension.
Say, I afford him no more information than he asked for, this personally at least.
He'll stand. Well, there was one other thing that I'd like to ask.
Fire away.
Now, I knew Hards, and Hards was a man who was driven by objectives, rules. He was not one to, well, he was not particularly inventive, let's say. Not prone to flights of fancy and whatnot. So I found it rather odd that, though you all set off together, I've heard nothing of how you were driven apart.
Didn't we tell him we got teleported away from each other?
You told
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Eddard, yes.
I guess I'd
Uh,
tell this guy the same basic story I told Eddard of there was. He said Hods, but I'm assuming that was the caravan master or whatever.
Yeah, he didn't name himself, but yeah, presumably that's who he's speaking about.
Then yeah, I'd explain that we heard a scream off in the woods, and he took his guards off to investigate. Then while we were waiting, something happened, and we got teleported.
He'll nod for a few moments as he's. It's like your statements are a fine cheese, and he's trying to pull out all the notes of it, sampling your words as if they were food. I see, he says. Renault,
Yes.
you feel a strange tension on your left leg. And it's about where your rusted sword is. You can see, if you look up, he's very subtly moving his finger.
I'll glance at the sword, I guess, if it's like pulling.
You look down, and it's where it is, but when you look up, he's looking at you. He tilts his head a bit. He starts walking over. He says as he nears about a foot away from you, just intruding your personal space as if it didn't exist. He's a little shorter than you, but he has an intimidating presence as he's close to you. For some reason, you feel a little nervous. He tilts his head up to look at you. Curious.
What is?
Still keeping his eyes on you, he'll just reach down and grab the hilt of your sword. This.
Does his eyes start bleeding?
No. Although they're kind of behind a mask, so it'd be difficult to tell. You can still see into his mask through the two slats. One of his eyes is white and kind of cloudy. You doubt you can see out of it. And the other is clear, but his eye color is jade. It's a pale, shining green.
When you say his eye is clear, you mean not clouded, or it's literally clear? Okay.
Not clouded.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, he says as he pulls the sword out just a little bit. It was your assumption that there was something divine in the woods, yes?
Correct.
And that you theorized that is what was killing?
That seems likely.
He says as he pulls the sword out and holds it in front of you. He'll present it to you.
I'll take it.
Where did you find this?
The crypt of the Church of the Everlight that had been defiled, desecrated.
What do you know about it?
He
says as he suddenly takes a couple of steps back and takes a crossed arms position by the tent flaps.
I get the impression that he's blocking the door, or he's just walked over there casually.
Do you have what is your lore?
I have Grinhole lore, that's it.
Give me a thievery.
Alright.
Yeah, this is the behavior of a guard that's cornering a thief.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what I got the impression of.
I'll just probably explain what I know about the sword so far, which I think is pretty much just its name and something about how it was made.
Hmm. Hmm. And you've encountered no oddities while holding this weapon? You feel that there's a great deal of tension behind that question, despite how casually he asks it.
It was itchy once. Thought that was
Itchy.
kind of odd. Yeah. We were renting a boat at a pier, and suddenly it felt itchy.
Hmm. Curious. So you've never. He kind of bends a bit, as if he's losing himself. It's kind of like one of those moments where, um, if somebody was hit with like a sleeping dart, and they're not out, but they're going out, it's one of those kind of bends over and slackening of muscles. He bends over a bit. So you've never felt like you were about to die while you were holding it, and that it rescued you.
Actually, that one has happened. I got mauled by some sewer creatures, and when my friend here, I'll gesture at Kios, I guess, messed up, or performed some malpractice trying to bring me back. My body shot a lance of blood at him and brought me back.
Hmm. See. He looks to. Yeah, he looks to Kios. You seem well knowledged of magics and religion. He points
I'd
to
never.
various parts of your body, as if
What,
he was gesturing to equipment that doesn't exist.
to my body or to Kios's body?
To Kios's body.
Um, I don't know what that means. Thanks, though.
Ah, well, it just seemed that you had the bearing of a scholar, someone who's determined to uncover secrets of Arcana and the like.
I'd never. I'm not an arcanist.
He'll hold up a hand. There's nothing illegal or wrong with being
I'd
curious.
never. I am not an arcanist.
Hmm.
Can't catch me like that. Come on now.
Unless he knows when people are lying, which is entirely possible.
I know my rights.
How
Am
could
I
this
being
happen?
detained?
Marv is exercising his right to be silent.
How could this happen? We're smarter than this.
He'll nod. I see. I see. Well, I would advise you to remain here for the time being. I will go report my findings to the lady. I'm sure that she will see you soon. And with that, with nothing else said, as if you just stopped existing, he just turns his back, walks out. Eddard walks in somewhat nervously. How did it go?
I
Seemed to
think
go
it went
well.
pretty well. Yeah.
Asked some odd questions, but seemed to go fine.
Yeah, I've got all my limbs intact so far, so we're doing pretty good.
He
I heard
accused
him.
me of being an arcanist? The bastard.
What's an arcanist?
His breath catches for a moment as he looks at Kios. What did you tell him?
I told him I would never.
Ah. Well, he says as the mood suddenly shifts. He will set down his pack and pull out some rations, and then set them carefully down. If you would all like a meal,
Uh-oh.
please. He'll
Uh-oh.
shoulder his pack again.
Right, so,
Uh-oh.
You feel that there is certainly some very strong connotations behind this action. You can give me a society if you'd like to figure out what he's going for here.
Kind of think I get the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent.
Yeah.
This is you think it is what it appears to be, despite you not wanting it to be, which is well, these guys are about to die, and I don't want them to go hungry.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll have a last meal.
Wait, was it my Arcanist comment?
Did you
Probably.
just ask him straight out?
Yeah.
It's well, I can't predict how she'll react to that.
Oh, well,
But
fuck me.
she was present and watching at the time.
Yeah, she is well aware that you are in fact an Arcanist.
Well, I'm not really an Arcanist.
Do you cast spells?
That's beside the point.
That is the point.
That's beside the point.
Are
It's
you an
starting to feel
ordained
like
cleric?
this is about to be a court case with a very loaded judge. He'll nod. Well, the best advice I can offer you is to not deny what you've said, but also to not push her. It's going to be a tricky rope to balance on. She is not the most balanced of persons, very decisive. Once she feels that she's got an idea of who you are, she tends to keep to that opinion. So, be cautious. I don't expect that he'll be accompanying her by the grace of the gods. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're all out of the woods. What else did you tell him?
I guess I'll fill him in on we pretty much told him the same thing as we told Adard, and then add on the stuff about the sword.
He nods. The sword. And you don't suspect it to be of any divine nature?
Not certain. I haven't sensed any divine nature from it. But it was, in the crypt of a church, so it's likely somewhat related to divinity.
That wasn't necessarily a mistake. But it's well, he kind of gives up as he spreads his hands for you, Raynal. My suggestion is to simply presume yourself a fool. That you said what you meant, regardless of the plainness of it, as I'm sure that she will rail on that point. Remain stalwart, but also be willing to sacrifice your pride.
That implies I had any to begin with.
It's true.
As far as I'm aware, you, he indicates Marv, and you, he indicates Vincent, don't have too much to worry about here.
Ooga booga barbarian
cool.
cut things.
I don't have a ton to lose, I don't know a ton, and I can run pretty fast. And I will say that in character, the last part slightly more jokingly.
He'll slightly jokingly, ha 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 ha, as in, yes, you may need those legs.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
I suppose I shouldn't have to bring it up, but definitely do not leave this tent before she arrives at this stage. The moment that he's told her all this I'm sure that we'll be seeing more guards outside this tent, and probably you being brought to her directly. Um, and likely you'll be ordered to simply just be killed on sight.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Pleasant.
That's not very hospitable at all.
She's not very hospitable to people she suspects of. Well, you'll find out. Keep a cool head. That's the most important thing to do. Don't let her lead you into emotion. Well, I shouldn't stay here very long, he says as he stands up and gets to the flap. Though I would like to help you further, I will have to do so at a distance.
Yeah, I'll thank him for the help he's provided so far and the food, I guess,
Of course.
and the advice.
Good luck. And he'll duck out.
Alright, well, I fucked this one up again.
Let's have our last meal so we don't get executed on an empty stomach. Shit our pants when we die and they have to clean it up.
Everyone who eats it will get a +2 status bonus to their will saves for
Nice.
the next 4 hours. Not long after you guys finish your meal, someone you haven't seen yet will arrive and duck her way in her radiant brass attire. The lady wishes to speak with you. Follow me. Reynal, this lady gives off strong Felinor vibes.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I kind of figured that from the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll make sure all my weapons are securely stowed and then follow her.
She folds her arms in front of her and over her stomach with her thumbs juxtaposed and pressed against each other as she glides towards another tent, expecting you to simply follow behind her.
Yeah.
The sky above rumbles. She will stop at the edge of this 30 by 30 foot tent. It's somewhat plain, but ringed in red and in a variety of languages. It's like a madman has been scrawling on the outside of this tent. Must be hundreds or thousands of prayers in written form. She'll gesture to the tent flap. She waits inside.
Before I go in, could I tell what god the prayers are to?
Give me a religion. You might also pick something up from your scribing lore.
And then I do also have that feat.
Oh, yes, that's right. Success equals critical success. Okay, cool. Give me a scribing lore while you're at it. You might get some more information from that. Not today. Although you do pick up that this is written in a number of hands. Not a singular person wrote all this. The inks are a little bit too different from each other, from message to message, and the structure of the letters varies from place to place. Some are slightly more feminine, some were more masculine. So all of these were written by different people, you think.
Would I be able to tell if they're all written at the same time, or if it was over time they're written?
You'd need a lot longer to study it. Yeah. As far as religion, you are well versed in religious sayings and prayers and whatnot, especially to Kagojo, for whom they are your primary patron. And there are a number of interesting ones to Kagosho in particular on this thing. Not that the prayers to the other ones aren't um, also interesting, but you're more interested in the Kagosho ones, being a part of that faith. At first, they appear to be the general, blessings of protection and please guide me, gods, etc. That you would find decorating the more hallowed sections of libraries and reliquaries and crypts and that sort of thing. But there's something slightly twisted about all of them. It's like someone who's very well versed in the divine has just barely tweaked like the angles of the prayers, and not the subject, nor the recipient, or even really the overall message, but the way that it's phrased is uncommon, at the very least, almost poetic, and it kind of reminds you a little bit of um, like the initial burst of study into Arcana, which was basically taking the words of the divine and dissecting them, and then figuring out how it works structurally. Um, as someone who's very much into religion, whoever has wrote this, the summary that you come to, the conclusion, whoever has wrote this has basically created a shell of noise. Um, they've worded all of their prayers in such a way that they've effectively set all of these prayers on a collision course with each other. So this is basically a tint of noise.
So like a divine Faraday cage or something?
Yeah.
Huh. That's real weird.
It is really weird. You've never seen anything like this before.
I guess I'll go into the tent.
Okay. Do you guys follow him in?
Do we have a choice?
Right, I don't think we have
Oh,
much of a
choice.
choice here.
You could choose to run away. You could choose to strike her. You could choose to set fire to the tent. There's always choice.
I don't think those are going to be beneficial.
Perhaps.
Do we have a good choice?
Let's say if you set fire to the tent, I would probably hit you, and then the guards would probably hit you.
Yeah,
within like a second of each other.
Situation is not great for individual actions right now. Yeah. You don't think setting fire to the tent would buy you any real time, and there are guards all over, so you'd probably get stopped pretty fast anyway. Okay, and you head in. Effects as you guys step in here. If you have any divine spell casting, you cannot cast any spells. Kios, you feel extremely weird.
I mean, that's not much different from normal, right? But like,
it's like all of the color just drained out of the world.
Are there Dementors nearby?
You feel nervous. That's certainly a qualification for Dementors.
Well, that's not good. Do I know of any spells that could cause that? Or no. Any like enchantments or like any specific vague nebulous arcanic thing?
If you have occultism at mastery, you could attempt a check.
Well, don't have that.
It feels strange and something pulling at like the basic tethers of the world, but you're not quite sure what it is. As the tent flap closes, you guys all feel like you've just been cut off from the world. Like this is now its own place, a tiny little planet in the middle of a void. It's a weird feeling. Sat on a chair in this otherwise completely empty tent, minus a couple of structural poles, is the lady with glowing arms. Her chair is sat on a kind of a weird looking bear rug. It has green fur. And she'll curl her finger, beckoning you forward.
Yeah, I'll go forward, I guess.
The atmosphere in this tent is not good, as is the absence of anyone or anything aside from you guys. You feel very exposed.
Yeah, wait, not good as in it feels evil, or as in it feels just not a good place to be?
Feels like the plaza before they set up the guillotine.
Oh, okay.
It's
That's cheery.
empty, forebodingly. She puts her hand in her. She puts a fist in her right hand as she bends over. Um, Somewhat of a complex expression on her face. Kind of a mixture of confusion, subtle anger, and disappointment. I I think I failed you, she says as she looks at each of you in turn. Yes, I think that's the word. I think I failed you.
Awesome. So you're going to be on trial now,
Yeah.
right?
She bites her lip and shakes her head. She stands. No, no, I don't think so.
Oh.
You, she says as she points at Reynal, you have become a problem. And you, she points at Kios, have remained a problem.
Pride myself on it.
Now, problems. Problems can be fixed. I can deal with people who are wanting to repent, who are gracious or desire to be forgiven. I don't get that from you. And that's confusing, she says as she scratches her shoulder. That's really confusing to me. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to be forgiven. Why why is it that you wish to annoy me? Have I wronged you in some way? She holds out a hand towards Kios.
Um, well, I don't like people near my Godwood, and you guys are walking in and out and all that kind of stuff. I don't like it. It's not good.
Well,
Bad
I can
bad
understand.
news.
Lords do not like visitors to their castles unannounced. I understand, she holds out a hand, that can be frustrating. It was not my intention to be frustrating.
Eh,
It's-
You guys just don't appreciate what this place is, you know?
Is that so? She says as she raises her eyebrows.
Well, I'm sure you think that you appreciate it, but there's some intricacies here that you guys don't understand clearly because you keep walking in and out of it.
So, she says, almost seeming to just kind of dismiss what you just said.
Yep, caught that.
So, I. She looks to her brassy attendant. I don't often use this tool. I find it ugly and inelegant, and it robs people of their color. And the world does not need to be left without color. But, she says as she gestures, holding her hand out, from the folds of this woman's white linen clothing will just be produced. A strange series of rotating circles, which just continue to spin in place. She'll hand it over. She holds it out like a kind of like an incense holder. She's kind of swaying it a little bit passively, almost playing with it. I don't want to use this on you, she says as she looks at Kios. Or you. Even more so you, she gestures to Reynal. But you've become dangerous. And I would not be a commander of my men if I did not take steps to ensure their safety.
What did I do to endanger your men?
Well, she says, I'm sure that you know.
No, I don't really have a problem with your men in general, because I know they don't really have much choice in being here. And I mean, they're the ones going into the Godwood. I'm sure they don't want to be doing that either. So I don't think I've endangered your men at all.
Really?
Or threatened to.
Not once have you threatened them.
Well, all right, that was self-defense. All right, the very beginning meeting, are you talking about that? Because that was self-defense.
I'm talking about your attitude ever since we first met.
Towards you. You are not... So you're going to kill me because I'm rude to you.
Kill? No.
Or suck the color out of me. Which is politically problematic at worst.
You know what? We could go at this. We could banter. I don't mind banter.
It seems like you do, because you're about to, like, remove personality, I guess. So, like, clearly, I'm guessing here. I'm not going to keep saying suck the color out of me. I don't really like saying that.
No, like kings, she explains with her hands opened some. Like kings. Sometimes it takes a revolution for the king to understand where they live in the world. That they are not an island unreachable. That their choices and actions that have power behind them must be exercised with wisdom rather than impulse, recklessness, aggression.
Look, bitch, I think you're the one who's not understanding that.
You're going to be a hard case.
Whatever, man. You're being difficult. All your righteousness and bullshit.
Yes, I'm sure that is certainly the case. Now, for you, she looks at Reynal. For you, this will be more of a simple matter. I hope. Do you, she says as she gestures to your sheath, have a great attachment to that?
I don't know that I'd want to give it up easily, but I'd be willing to.
That's good. That's good. I can work with that. You are wise to think so.
Okay.
And at such time that I believe that you can be entrusted with it, I will return it to you.
Oh my god, this bitch.
She will gesture towards it, and you feel kind of off for a second. The feeling passes. Worth noting that for the time being, you've been cursed. And your weapon will not activate under any circumstances. But it still will deal damage. You can still attack with it. It will still deal damage. You can still attack with it. But its gifts have been sealed.
Okay.
There. Simple enough, right? For you, she looks to Kios. I am afraid that I will have to go deeper. You have a great love for a force that does not love you.
It doesn't love anybody. That's what's so great about it.
And I think that it's best that you spend some time apart.
No. No, see this is actually going to piss me off because you can't come in here, take my home and go, "Oh, you're being unreasonable. Here, it's ours now." Nah, fuck you. No. I'm not going to stand, but I'm actually like in person out of character starting to get a little pissed off. Like I'm about to do some stupid shit.
It's this communist Godwood now.
I don't know who this bitch thinks she is, thinking that she can come in here and take control, but I'm not having it, all right?
The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
Right.
She'll shake her head. Well, I'm sure that you'll come to see things in a different light, at the very least, which is long overdue. You've gotten to have quite a head about yourself. I can sense that you are a greater person on the inside. Much, much greater than you are here.
Are my hands bound?
No.
All right. Just storing that information away for a little bit.
Fair enough.
Shuffle a few steps away from Kios before he explodes and gets us all killed.
She'll look at the spinning object and look at you and hand it back to her advisor. There. I hope that this will give you some perspective.
Did she do something to me?
You're not sure. You don't feel any different.
The spinning object that she used on Renault?
Yeah.
That's concerning.
We'll speak another time on this matter, I'm sure, but I'm rather busy, and though I would love to help you all a little bit more on the
Help
steps
me.
to become more than yourself.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid that I am rather invested in the safety of my men currently in the Godwood. So, she turns to her advisor, and please see them back to their tent. They are not allowed to leave under any circumstances. Do note to the men that are by their tent that should they escape at any time, that I will have their heads. All right, you're all good to go. Please leave, she gestures towards the flap.
Yeah, I'll head back to the tent we were in, I guess.
Did we ever get her name?
She still hasn't said it. Oh, the people have just been calling her the lady.
I was about to say, I don't even think we know her rank.
Mm-mm.
I mean,
Obviously pretty high, because everyone seems to answer to her.
She doesn't seem to bear any particular ill will toward me, and as I'm leaving.
Really,
If it's not, if
you were
it's
there,
not too,
but she kind of just looked at you, and that was about it.
yeah, it's I say this. If it's not too forward of me, might I get your name?
Maybe another time.
Understandable.
I'm not sure you're ready to learn it.
Hmm.
But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Just give her a head nod and head out of the tent, I suppose.
Kios.
I'd like to have an in-depth analysis of all of my abilities and power.
Are you currently categorizing?
Yeah, I'm going one by one, just making sure I have everything.
Open up the debug console. All right, time to log everything. Okay, well, the first thing that you notice is that your tattoos are gone.
So she's taken away my druid witchiness? Are
Yes, feels
the
like.
ooh. Ooh,
Feels like
ooh.
she sealed your class features. You still have all of your levels. The spells that you have
Is she still in the
placed in
room?
your inventory
Have
are
we
still
left
there.
yet?
Yeah, yeah, you're currently categorizing on the way back.
Ah, damn it.
But yeah, all of your class features have been locked. It's a really weird feeling. You know they're in there, but it's like they're refusing to listen to you.
Not feats, features.
Yes, your features.
So I can't even cast spells anymore?
Correct. This is a curse.
Yeah, no shit.
The good news, question mark, is that your anathema is gone for the time being.
I'd rather have my anathema.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's not a bright side. That's just oof. Man.
Yeah. That's the situation as it stands at the moment.
Fucking rip, dude. Wait. Does my familiar just suddenly phase out of existence? Does Pancake 3 suddenly dissipate into nothingness?
Nope, still there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I suppose, the familiar you summoned isn't really a class feature, it's just the result of a spell, right?
It's given by the patron to you.
But the patron is part of my class features, isn't it? No, it's not. I just put it
yeah,
in.
but
I just put it in class features.
I was gonna say the patron doesn't go away just because
Right.
you lost your
If,
cast.
if the compy goes away, then it's time to run away forever from this lady.
Yeah, something
Because
just
she's just like,
major.
nah, shut up, gods.
Yep.
All right, so now before we leave, we're gonna have to find that bullshit, the cylindrical thing.
Spinning, spinning circles
Yeah.
that make a rotating sphere. Yeah. Well, you know who's got it.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely still on that lady in white. So you guys are escorted back to your tent. Let me see. I need to check something really quick. Yeah. You start having a headache, Kios.
Understandably, I feel.
Beyond just the how festeringly furious you are right now. Just absolutely incensed on the inside. This sensation is just building, like a migraine. But it's flavorless in a way. It's like an alarm going off in your head.
Headache.
You don't really feel in danger per se, but you feel the need to examine it.
Yes, which I would do.
Well, you guys get back to your tent, and Kios will take a couple minutes to meditate. Kios, give me a occultism. It's coming from the ring. With it feels like it's spreading up your arm, through your shoulder, up your neck, and into your head, like a heartbeat flowing into your brain.
Okay.
and the world kind of distorts when you focus on that feeling.
Can you describe it one more time for me, please?
Yeah, sure. So you've got this pulsing sensation that's rising up from your ring, up your arm, through your shoulder, up your neck, and into your head.
I embrace it.
Okay.
Just let me be overwhelmed. Let me be corrupted by whatever this is.
All right, fair enough. So everyone that's currently in the tent, probably concerning Reynald the most. Yeah, probably concerning Reynald the most. While he's sitting there, all of the color is draining from his face. That is a medical no.
Yeah, that's not good. I'll try and examine him and figure out what the hell's going on with him.
Give me a medicine. You're not quite sure, but you do a couple of checks real quick, and his skin is cold.
Is he dead?
You
Skin's cold.
place 2 fingers on his neck. There's no heartbeat.
I'll try and smack him, see if he responds.
All right, give me a smack.
Okay.
That will be a medicine.
Oh, okay. Medicinal smack.
Good smack. Applause. that is Super Smash Brothers worthy. You quickly put together what amounts to a smelling salts, and you light it and shove it up his nose, and he comes back sputtering, coughing, and eyes bloodshot, gasping as the adrenaline surges through his body. Color returns. But Kios,
Yes.
you close your eyes and you kind of follow the feeling like a river. You feel your you-ness being pulled down from your skull, through your neck, down your shoulder, down your arm, and into the ring. Absent the divine energies of the forest, you feel kind of empty, almost like you're leaving a house, and less yourself. Where there's now a great absence where once you existed, and in that absence, you can start to hear sounds, and wind, and you feel cold. Drops of something are hitting you on the face and on the body, and your eyes flutter open, and you're standing on top of a mountaintop, covered in snow. Your arms folded across your chest and your legs crossed under each other, at the peak of this mountain, as a storm rages underneath. You're shivering a little bit.
Cool. So I'm just chilling at the top of a mountain now?
Yep.
Okay.
For some reason, you feel like it was important what you were doing, but you can't quite remember what it was supposed to be now, which is a little panicking.
Is there a way down from the mountain? Is it just, am I just on the peak of a mountain, just standing out with snow falling around me?
You're basically meditating at the top of a snowy peak.
Oh. Am I freezing cold?
It's very cold, yes. And you don't have any cold weather here. You feel like this is a bad decision, but part of you is putting that down. It's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine just so long as you get back into that meditation. You'll be okay.
All right, I'll go back into the meditation then.
Okay. You hear some footsteps coming up on the snow as you're trying to block out the world. You hear muted sounds.
Hello.
You break out from your meditation a bit just to figure out who's talking to you. And language starts becoming a thing that you can understand again. And there is a lady in brown robes with a embossed, strange-looking Felinor symbol upon her robes as she looks down at you. My lady, are you all right? You
Who?
were meant to come for supper, and well, I was concerned.
Who are you?
She says. She quickly runs over and bends down, pulling out a cork from a gourd and drink.
Why?
Cold sickness, I fear. I told you that you shouldn't do this.
No, no, I don't think it's that.
How are you feeling? She starts opening your eyeball and looking into it, checking your arm for something, um, placing her hand on your neck.
Uh,
She's humming softly to herself.
I'm fine.
She holds up hand until she finishes counting. You're weak, my lady. You won't survive many more hours up here.
I
I know
mean,
that.
yeah, probably. I don't know why anybody would come up here. It's a stupid move. But, where am I? Who are you?
She stands up, looking around, placing a panicked hand to her face. I have to tell them. I have to. I have to tell them. Stay here. She reaches into her pack and kind of throws half of a blanket at you. It's it's nowhere near large enough to cover your entire body. Um, and she'll hang on. And she'll start running down the slope, disappearing to it. The clouds below are starting to part a little bit, and you can see structures down there.
Alright.
Give me
I'll just
perception.
accept my fate in this new universe and not go back, no matter what happens. This is my home now.
Fair enough.
Give you a
Um,
what?
give me a perception. The clouds are opening up just a little bit. You stare down with precision and start mapping it out a little bit. Um, the architecture is unusual to you. It doesn't really ring a bell. You don't recall seeing anything like it. It's not Grenany. It's not Grinholty. It's not Siren or Sarin or even Aravastian. Um, low adobes spread over a large plains that seems to stretch on for forever. Um, and intricate architectural decisions that amount to something like magic circles. It's like this place was constructed to be a pentagram of some sorts. Um, and deep in the background, just past the clouds, you see the slopes of a dark black mountain um, covered in lava. Um, and the name comes to mind just like that. Um, this is Maluk. Give me an Arcana, although this one's an easy one. Even with that, Um, you feel your body being pulled all of a sudden, like something grabbed onto your spine and is wrenching it back. Um, and despite your attempts to remain here forever, you get ripped out of your body, and then you're suddenly um, pressing back against this horrible, ridiculous smell that's invading your body and setting your heart to 1,000 beats per minute. You're worried that it might burst.
I assume I'm now staring at um, Renault shoving this thing up my nose.
Yep.
I will immediately be unreasonably angry with Renault.
That's all right. That's the life of a medic.
I was finally happy. Why don't you just let me fucking die?
You were fucking dead. I'm not gonna let that happen. Suddenly.
We're not done with you yet. You can't die.
Fucking say something if you're just gonna pass into the void. Get a do not resuscitate badge or something.
Though you were ripped away from it, it's etched into your mind, the layout of that city. It's starting to fade from memory though, so you quickly grab something to scratch it out really quickly so you don't lose it. Do you do that, or do you ask? Do you risk trying to translate it to say Reynal, who is a trained scribe, who can probably render it better, but may lose some stuff in translation.
I will do it.
Or would
It
you
will
rather
be me.
more representative?
I will do it.
You'll do it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give me a flat check.
Well, shit.
You maddeningly scribble it down on paper, trying desperately to catch every bit of it into the diagram. But the more you hold on to it, the more it slips away, and you feel disappointed at the result. You know that there is details in here that you've missed, and they're just gone now, no matter how much you're trying to remember them. But at least it seems that you've managed to capture the basic structure. It's not a complete spell, but as you look at it, this is a ritual.
For?
You're not sure.
All right, time to do it.
You'll need some supplies and a large area.
Oh. Well, I'll hold on to it for when I can do it next. Because I apparently can't.
You've now reached the second of 3 objectives to Ashen Ember.
Well, that's good.
And the name Maluk. This is what your Arcana gives you. Maluk is considered to be the home of magic. Arcana. It's where it was born.
Ooh.
That is the lands in northeastern Mahamluk, which were burnt to ash. So what you just witnessed was a city that no one has any real record of.
Well, that's fun. I'm assuming I was using the memories from olden days.
Yeah, you feel a little weird now in this body. Your figure was more slender and older too. All you feel now is just echoes of that memory, but
Well,
yeah,
no one ever has the body they want.
it's true. So you bring um, Kios back, and he immediately snaps at you, Raynal, and then grabs a sheet of paper and is maddeningly scribbling on it, and is disappointed with the result.
The yelling at me part I kind of imagined happening. Rest of it though, that's probably worrying.
Yeah, sort of behavior like sane asylum.
Like if he had done that normally, like, okay, that's probably just chaos.
Yeah.
But like, suddenly having his powers stripped, coming back and immediately dying, and then coming back and scrawling something like an insane person, that's real concerning.
What do you want to do about that for now?
I guess nothing for now. Trying to decide if I want to try and tell the guards and see if they'll get somebody to do something, but that seems like a bad idea.
Fair
So
enough.
for now, I'll just keep an eye on it, and if something like that happens again, then yeah, I'll probably try and have a guard go get somebody.
Okay, fair enough. Course set. So, plan A didn't really work out, which means that we're technically on plan B. Oh, it is 7:47. I did mentally reveal it, but I didn't publicly reveal it, so I must publicly reveal it. This was the card that was drawn. Notes on it as regards to the Sarin: the law of blood. Law is both earthly and divine and speaks of truth, cause, and effect. The best result lies behind adhering to tradition, law, and custom. Alternatively, represents an unfairness, an unjust imbalance. They are either becoming too fat off their own success or acquiring too little for what they need. There may be someone or something which is preventing the laws from functioning as they ought, which is resulting in their imbalance and unpredictable failures.
I can think of multiple people who are in justice and shouldn't be. Primarily, Firehand's bitch.
Do you have a problem with the lady?
Yeah, I think so. I think a small one at least.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable. But it does bring a worrying concern up. They were asking questions about the prince in that conversation.
Yeah, I noticed.
And just even suspecting that you guys might be potentially harmful, she decided to take drastic measures. So how far into plan B do you guys want to go?
Probably.
What the heck goes...
Go for it.
No, you're good.
I'd say we fucking riot.
I don't think we have anybody to garner support from. I think they're all loyal to...
Yeah, I think if we tried to riot, we'd get put down.
I mean, with the plan B was trying to break out and escape, right?
That plan B was begging.
Oh yeah, that's
plan
right.
B was
That's
diplomacy part 2.
Diplomacy to Electric Boogaloo.
I'm not open to diplomacy.
I mean,
Things have changed, dude.
Well, I mean,
Anything changed in the attack.
trying to kill her
never-
probably isn't gonna get her to unlock the powers. And I don't know that we're gonna be able to take her on to get that thing back otherwise.
I don't really think fighting is I think legitimately I will. I don't know that I'm going to sit there and kiss her feet and grovel it and beg and all that crap. If she can't be reasonably persuaded to be, generous, then I think best option is just run away in my head.
But then I'm completely, a fucking useless piece of shit for the remainder of the campaign, so. And also, she has wronged me. Like, in character and out of character, I don't really want to do that.
Well, I mean, it's a curse. It's not like, it's not necessarily permanent, like
Right,
remove curse is a thing.
But still.
True.
I mean, we have other options. If someone got an idea, it's whatever. But
let me see if I can help focus you. So, there is currently a window of opportunity, or at least what feels like one, where you could find a way to get that lady in white alone, do something to her, and through that something, acquire that orb.
And by something, he means torture, which I am completely down with.
The details I leave up to the party. What's more important is, though you might do that, the prince may be in imminent danger. So, are you willing to risk going after her to potentially compromise the prince? Or will you try to save the prince and deal with the curse / orb another day?
I think we gotta get the prince, but the thing is I don't know that us fighting to try and get to him is gonna help him.
It's likely that if you go down either one of those routes, the other one's going to become very difficult to accomplish.
First of all, do we think we have any allies within the camp? The only people I can think of would either be Bering or maybe the doctor guy at the medical tent.
But even the doctor guy said he would still die to stop Tiagda from getting taken out against her orders.
So probably no allies then?
Yeah.
Alright. Well.
Not ones that would be willing to help you outright with your objectives plainly stated, at the very least.
I mean, at the very least, it may not be a bad idea to try and convince Adard to let us go see the nephew, and then also try and swing that into having Kias's plague checked out since his powers have been locked away. Since the plague targeted arcanists or casters to some extent, right?
Yeah, they're specifically going after arcanists rather than divine casters.
Yeah, so we could try and swing that, especially with his recent, not even near-death experience, into getting the doctor to see him, or getting us to go see the doctor. And then from there we can at least make sure that Tiagda's not already dead.
I think that's as good as a plan as we're gonna get.
If we have to prioritize one or the other, I think
nephew.
Yeah, nephew would be the correct choice. At least that's what I would do. Just gonna put that out there.
We can We can eventually find somebody that can dispel a curse. We can't eventually find somebody that can unkill a nephew.
Well, that's technically not correct, but yeah, under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. You guys call it Eddard. I won't require society. You guys have met him enough times that he'll just show up. He's also interested to know how that wound up. He'll walk into the tent. Well, he says, looking at all four of you. I suppose it went all right.
Yeah, no, it didn't.
We're not currently dead.
Yeah, we're not dead. She just locked away the sword and Kios's entire personality except being a dick.
I mean,
Can she do that?
hurtful, but correct.
She seemed to be able to. Not long after that, Kios here temporarily died. Brought him back, but we should probably get him checked out by the chief medical officer since he was already interested in Kios's plague.
Yes, of course. Come with me. He'll help you guys over to the tent. The 5 guards will stand in the way. Some of them putting their hands on weapons. He'll hold up his hands. Easy, easy, gentlemen. I'm told that Our Lady has visited rather harshly on this one, he points to Kios. And given the doctor's interest in the plague, well, he's always talking about unknown complications, and so I figured he might be interested. The men will chitter amongst themselves. Here, one of them will step forward. You're really pulling our leg, right? You don't think that we're going to let him just, in this tent because he's got a boo-boo. It's a bit more than a boo-boo, I'd say. He stands up to the guy. You want to deal with the doctor? He reports directly to the lady. That's up to you, of course. All right, old man. You're biting off more than you chew, but you know what? I don't mind being her right hand man. So, yeah, sure. Just walk him right in. We'll be watching the whole time. He'll gesture for you guys to follow him in.
Oh, I do so.
Doctor is in there, and most of the Arabastians aren't there at the moment. He's currently over a sample. And he's squinting at it. Gets startled by you guys coming in. Oh, sorry, I wasn't expecting anyone. Oh, have you developed more symptoms? He stands up suddenly and walks over, inspecting you guys.
Well, that one died temporarily after having his powers locked away.
Died? He's now concerned with Kios.
Cold skin, no color, and no pulse.
Certainly
Tends
not
to
good.
lean towards death.
Young man, he says to Kios, can you move your right hand?
I'd try.
No response. Well, good. Seems that you weren't dead long enough to do any damage. At least not any lasting. Your symptoms have apparently all vanished. I don't see any sign of the disease anymore. Curious. What did he eat? He talks to you guys.
I think as far as I know.
Just the ration pack Bedard gave us.
Eddard, where'd you get those rations? He shrugs. My uncle sends them. Why? From where? From Kinla. He makes it special for me. Special how? Well, he always has trouble with his concerns of the dangers of the road. So he always spends a couple of extra coins to ship it to me in anointed cloth and all that. But it's just a normal meal. Anointed, you say? Interesting. And to Althara, I presume? No, it's yes. Well, that's curious. I'll look into that. Thank you, sir. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you, he points to Kios, are no longer infected with the disease whatsoever, but I would be cautious. You might just be hiding. If you encounter any symptoms, I would seek the advice of a medical professional, preferably myself, immediately.
Okay.
Do not put it off, he says pointedly as he points into your chest. I mean it. Could mean your life.
Okay.
Good. Well, is that everything? You're just getting a checkup, or? Eddard will hold up a hand. She, the lady, did some stuff to him. What did she do to you? He asks Kios.
She took away my magic, dude.
Took away your magic. Okay.
Can't do anything now. Look, and I'll do, I don't know. I'll try and do like acid spray or something.
No rolls required. It doesn't work. Spell's not exhausted. Do that again.
I will do so.
Again, same effects. He's watching closely. Well, there's nothing physically wrong with you as far as I can tell, at least on a surface level. I would prefer to do some diagnostics surgery, but afraid I don't have really the space or the room or a dead patient to do so. So, for the time being, I'm afraid that I can't do a whole lot. It wasn't with a weapon, was it? No. Well, then, I'm afraid that I'm at the limit of medicine, my good man. This is going to be a matter of faith and magic, I'm afraid.
How's our nephew doing?
Oh! Well, you'll be happy to know that he woke up this afternoon. He was curious to see you, of course. The lady won't permit. But if you would visit with him for a few minutes, I don't see the harm. He's been in a rather depressed mood, so it may help lift his spirits, and that generally tends to help outcomes. But do mind, he is still a bit fragile. He'll gesture towards the prince.
Is it all of us there?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going in.
Yeah.
He looks about the same as usual, although he's got a lot more bruising underneath his eyes. He looks up, his eyes fluttering as he sees you guys. What? How did you?
Hello.
He stands up and he grabs his side.
Yeah, you should. It's probably not smart to do that.
Yeah, probably sit down or stay seated.
One of the Erevastians will push him slowly to the bed. It's not good to move much, young master. Please take it easy. Slow, intentional, deliberate movements. Right, yeah. Hey, look, it's not that I don't appreciate what you guys are doing, he says to the Erevastians, but could you give me just a few minutes with these guys alone? Well, I don't. Look, it's not going to hurt anybody. Fine. One of them will gesture to the others, and they'll all tuck their wings as they move past awkwardly. He'll wait for them to go, and he'll lean quickly over his bed. How have you guys been?
Godwood?
It's not been
Can't
good.
Can't tell if they want to fix me or eat me.
Yes.
Yeah, we aren't sure on that either.
Well, I don't think it's safe to stay here. They've gotten, well, they thought I was asleep, but I've been hearing about them moving me.
Yeah, that's not something we need.
Yeah. Do they know who you are?
I've been, I hope, no. I don't think they do.
That's good.
Look, I don't feel safe here. You've got some sort of plan, right?
We
Yeah.
have a plan. We definitely have a plan.
It's a plan.
Huh.
It has a letter associated with it and everything.
Yep.
Plan Z. For when all else plans fail.
Yep.
Good. I look. I put it plain to you. I don't think I have the night. Whatever's going on, it's coming to a head. Today. And I don't like the looks that they've been giving me. If you have some plan, it needs to be now or soon.
Don't worry, nephew, we're getting you out of here.
I hope to gods you are.
Alright, boys, what's the actual plan? Do we try to get him into the Godswood and hope Sashula can magic things, or
Is the Burning Night camp, is it like fully encircling the Godwood, or is it just on part of it?
Yep, like a full-on quarantine.
Yeah, so we probably aren't gonna be able to run into the Godswood to try and get him away.
Not without
Well-
alerting the whole camp. Yeah.
is it any better to try to run away from the Godswood? I mean,
Well, we won't
we're
be
gonna see what
running
they
into
do.
a
Well,
closed loop.
it's true.
Look, if you can take me to the southwest, there's this old fortress. I think the man there will help us. I got to talking to him when the guards were a little rough, and I think that he'll protect us as much as he can. Long enough for us to get away.
Well,
So now we just need to come up with a plan to get him out of the camp.
is he currently strapped down?
No.
Well, I
But he
conceived a
also
plan.
There
seems
are
like he can
straps, but he
move
is currently
easily.
unstrapped.
Plan is as follows. We pick him up and we run. Anyone have a better plan? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
My only other plan is we hold him hostage and run. Hope
Right.
that they want him alive enough that they aren't going to try and kill us if we have a sword to his throat. Which is a terrible plan. But I don't know that we have better plans.
I was
well,
thinking.
How fast can you run and how much can you pick up? You take the prince and you sprint your way over.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
was
can
just gonna.
run. I have a speed of 20, so not very fast.
It's
I have
okay.
a
You
speed
don't.
of
Like I said
35.
earlier today, you don't need to outrun your pursuers. You just need to outrun your other party members.
Yeah,
I'm the
no, we're
slowest
making
party
it.
member, though.
Yeah.
I can,
Philip,
I can.
Philip,
Okay,
Philip-
I can.
Philip is
gets
running.
some.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if we're talking quote unquote running, I don't know what is there a sprint in this? If you, is it just stride
I
or
think
can
you
you
just-
dash?
You move 3 times in a turn.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, well, I can move at 35 feet per round, so,
So you're the fastest of us. You pick up the prince and we run.
Yep.
That would mean that you would move 115 feet per round.
All right.
Some of us would move 115 feet per round.
Yes.
Yeah.
For you, it would be 35 is 105, so 25, which is most people, is 75. So you would put 30 feet between you and other people every round,
Right.
if they're as fast as most people.
So are we going with the hostage plan, or are we going with the me just bolting out and hope to God they don't have anything that can teleports behind me?
Let's call running Plan A to Electric Boogaloo and
Mm.
hostage Plan B to Electric Boogaloo.
Mm.
If we get cornered, then we say he's a hostage. If not, then he's our beloved nephew.
I guess. What is the medical tent made out of? Is it just like cloth?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Taut, somewhat thick cloth, but cloth nonetheless.
Do I remember from when we were outside of it, if we just cut a hole in the side of this tent, if we'd come out straight into a camp of people?
This is kind of on the edge of the tents and so forth. There's still people walking by. You'd need to time it right.
Well,
I guess that's worth a shot, because I doubt Adard or the doctor are going to want us to leave. Although I guess us running probably dooms both of them. But I
hey,
don't know that
come
there's
with
anything
us
we
and
can
help
do about
us,
that.
or you're gonna die anyway. How's that one?
Yeah, or if they just stopped us, then they wouldn't die
Well,
and wouldn't be deserters.
we kill you, they kill you, or you fail to kill us and they kill you anyway.
Yeah, but we tried to kill Adard.
Yeah, but we can kill
And
the
now we're
doctor.
down a spellcaster.
You can kill the doctor. I don't know. You can kill the doctor and the prince, or at least whatever. Just screw them.
Yeah,
Leave
I
them to their own
say
devices.
let's write a note apologizing to the doctor and Adard, and then cut a hole through the side of the tent and run, I guess.
Yeah. Really liked you guys. You were stand-up dudes. Sadly, we are not.
Yeah, sadly, this is more important.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. So who's doing the cutting?
I like cutting.
I
Okay.
mean, Marv's is the sneaky one.
Mars
It's
is
true.
one.
He does need to. Well, I mean, I can hold Tiagda and then pass him off. Just a little baton, you know.
Like a rally.
Yeah, baton rally or whatever.
Importantly, are you guys wanting to move as a group or as fast as you are individually able? Or are you going to separate into two groups?
I will be with the group because I am more or less useless right now.
Perhaps
So if
we'll
we're
help
moving,
us out.
if we're moving at the group speed, I can only move 20.
Yeah.
So we'd be moving slower than the average person.
It's a group minus Renault. He's on his own.
I
I can
accept that.
move 25, so I'm average. Chaos can move 25, I assume.
Yes.
Well, we can like try to buy Philip extra time as he runs away, and then I can pick up Renault and we can run with him. Maybe. Let me see. How much do you
Right,
weigh? Hold on.
185, and then all my equipment, which is bulk 6.
Alright. How attached are you to your equipment?
The prince is a
Relatively.
one bulk item, in case you were wondering.
Light bones.
Maybe I pick up the prince. Well, no, well. I mean, ideally we want all of us to survive.
I mean, I'll take the rear guard and just pray.
Well, I mean, that's what I was gonna say. I'm fairly sneaky. I don't really know I don't know if there's a way I can study like guard patrol schedules. We don't have a whole ton of time, so
There is an investigation mode for that sort of thing, yeah, but it does take time.
as I was saying, we don't have a ton of that. So
See, I'm currently carrying 8 out of 9 bulk worth of stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna be more than one bulk, I would imagine. So
Yeah.
I think get the prince out takes priority. If I get left in the dust, I'm fine with that.
See, if I drop, I have javelins, a battle axe, and a warhammer. I mean, I need all of those, but I don't need all of those, you know. 10, I mean, 10 kind of important, but not as important as human life. If I drop my backpack, how much? Well, is there a way to? Guess I can't see how much this weighs in total.
I think if you just unequip it.
Well, if I unequip the backpack, it makes me weigh more. So I
Oh.
don't really.
Yeah. Oh, the capacity bar should tell you how much it's taking up.
That's only 6L. 6 load. I think most of my. If I drop. How much do you weigh? That's 3, that's 4 bulk. If I drop all my weapons but my greatsword, and you drop something that weighs like, let's see, that's 3, 4 bulk. If you drop something that weighs like 1 bulk and I drop all my weapons but my greatsword, I can carry you. So if it comes to that.
Yeah, if it comes to that, I can make that work. It would pretty much just be leave my backpack and then we run.
Yeah. Alright, so I mean, you know, that's the plan we're going with.
Yeah, I guess just run as fast as we can and figure out what happens from there.
Go southeast? Is that what Tiagda said?
Southwest, I think.
Southwest.
Because I imagine we're going to the Oakhart Fortress down there.
Okay. All right.
I will also, while Mars is doing cutting, write a note apologizing to Adard and the doctor. Because it's kind of a dick move to cut and run.
For your bravery and leaving a note for the doctor and Adard, you all gain a hero point, which I have assigned to your character sheets. And you are committing to this path. So, it begins with a blade and cloth smoothly tearing down the surface. Now, whom is cutting?
I think we said Philippa since he's the stealthiest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Give me a stealth.
okay.
Pretty stealthy.
Oh.
You stick your small knife in and start tearing it down softly and smoothly, finding the fabric's weak points and cutting down them. Aside from tiny little snapping noises occasionally, it's pretty smooth and quiet. Before long, you have a smooth vertical cut from about 5 foot up to the floor. Don't think anybody's heard you. The doctor's still invested in their stuff, and the Aravastians are quietly talking amongst themselves.
Who has like a smoke bomb or something we can use? I know one of you has one.
Smoke stick, but that generates a lot of. It's got a pretty big profile. I'd actually, you know, the idea is to bolt But if I'm carrying Tiagda, I would like to sneak as far away as I can before I have to bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When-
getting.
when
I
we
have
need to
bottles of
bolt.
alcohol, but that's the closest thing to a smoke bomb that I have.
Well, I mean, a smoke stick is literally a smoke bomb. It's well, I mean,
knew
Yeah.
someone had one.
yeah, only in the sense that it's not a grenade; it's a stick. But that's what it does.
Right.
It's a smoke grenade.
Yeah, when we need to bolt, we do
Mm.
that one.
Mm.
All right, Marv, you are handed Tiagda and take him upon yourself, gaining a bulk.
Itcha.
You guys set out quietly. Can I get a stealth from everyone that isn't Marv? Unless Marv, are you a master? No, you're just trained.
Yeah. I ain't
I'll
planning
go
on
ahead
fixing
and
it, but
use a hero point to give me that +8 here, because I know I'm gonna need it.
Oh yeah, same.
I'm
Thanks
doing
for
the
calling
same.
that out.
Well,
+8 for me.
how do you get things above trained again if it's not already?
I didn't even need my +8.
Every other level you get a skill increase, and then after 7th level you can move it from expert to master.
Oh wait, oh for real?
Yeah.
So we get a
So-
skill increase at this level.
Next level.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Soon, TM. You can also potentially gain them during downtime,
Okay.
which is also when you can swap out feats and so forth.
Yeah.
That's a new dialogue box that they added. I didn't even know they added that. You can now right-click on your results.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can you only right click on your results?
Wait, if I
Yes.
Okay.
wait, what did that do? Oh, okay. Wait. So that like
Oh.
consumes the hero point to reroll it. I see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I do. Okay, so you guys set out quietly. It is currently, let's see, that it took you guys about an hour to get back. There was some time talking. You guys spoke to Tiaga and concocted the plan. So it is about 5:19. It's still light out. The sun is looming low on the horizon, but isn't quite yet at sunset. Just the barest snips of gold on the horizon. And the camp is still quite active. You guys stack up on some barrels and crates as a couple of people walk by and try to worm your way through without people noticing you. A problem reveals itself. Renault,
Yes.
you're caught out in the open as a horse suddenly comes charging down through the tents. What do you do?
Is there a man on the horse?
Yes.
Um.
Kick
Shit.
natural.
Yeah, I guess I'll act like I'm supposed to be there.
Okay.
What's the natural thing to do when you get charged at by a man on a horse?
Give me a deception.
Probably
I'll,
step out of the way.
I'm gonna toss another point at this as well.
Fair enough. Ooh,
Right, that's a
good time to spend it.
Yeah, that's a 14 then.
Okay. The horse comes charging by, and the man on back notices you um, as the horse pulls a bit to his right, and he looks back at it and grabs the reins a little bit harder and jerks it some to correct its path. He's slowly coming to a stop down there, but he hasn't made a stop yet.
Yeah, it's probably time to make a break for it. We have been seen, or I have been seen at least.
You're not sure.
Well, All right, so we're all traveling together right now, right?
Yeah, more or less, loosely. You're all
We-
within 10 feet of each other.
We all see the rider doing what he's doing, I guess.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so can we, or are we using society checks as a sense motive-esque check? Like, can I roll society to see, do I think he has thought something is a monk?
It'll depend on the particular circumstances, um, but it is. Yep, perception.
Okay, so roll a perception for this.
I'll
Mhm.
do that. Yeah.
It's perception versus their deception.
Okay, 1, 2, 2. Looks fine to me.
You check this guy's stance and posture as he's coming to a stop and pulling his horse to the right so you can make an about. Um, he seems more confused than alarmed. You're not sure that he knows what he saw, even though
Smile
he
and
definitely
wave.
saw someone.
Act natural, smile and wave. Or just keep walking, you know.
Yeah, I'll just walk at a regular pace, like I'm just going somewhere.
Very
Do
well.
you want to continue using stealth, or do you want to break out of stealth and just continue using your deception? Do you want to keep using your deception, or do you want to keep using your stealth?
Well, my stealth was a better number, so probably that.
Okay. Um, you duck behind some crates as he makes his full round and looks confused behind him. He starts padding over to where you were as you guys are moving forward. Um, he's speaking with a bunch of people that are walking up to him. And now they're looking. You guys are about 40 feet away from that scene now. Okay, you guys have reached more or less the demarcation line that separates the plains from the campgrounds at this stage. It was only about 80 feet from the tent that you guys in to the edge of their effective camp. There's no like wall or anything, but you can tell from foot traffic and so forth where there has become dirt. And so you reach the outskirts of it, the final 10 feet. And more people walk up to the dude on the horse and they start fanning out as one of them notices the cut in the tent. And there's some shouting.
Now we run.
I mean, they haven't found us yet. We don't have any reason to bolt just yet.
Well, if we've reached like the threshold where their camp ends and the plains begin, like if they see like 4 to 5 shady figures slowly walking across the plains, they'll probably,
I mean, they already came and stopped at the same 4 to 5 shady figures, just walking to the camp peacefully. So
That's fair.
after an alarm's been raised, walking away from the camp, they're probably just gonna shoot us if they see us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
true. So,
now,
yeah.
now's probably the bolt and run time. You
Yeah.
probably don't need to use your smoke stick, but
No,
Nah,
yeah,
I
they
don't-
haven't seen us yet. Just the alarm's been raised, so we're running.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I say. I'll try to. I don't want to. I still want to maintain a low profile if I can, whilst running as much as I can.
Fair enough. That's still considered stealth.
Yeah.
All right. You guys continue forward, maintaining your quietness. The men are running up to the edge of or at least some of them are. Others are checking behind crates and tents, so forth. A couple of them have drawn weapons. The shouting is getting more intense throughout the camp. More people are fanning out. They start searching through the tall grass to find you guys. It's up to about your waists. Tiagda is about the right size where you could probably just duck a little bit and be underneath it. But nonetheless, there are only sparse trees, mud pits, grass, and rocks to hide behind in this environment. And they are rapidly approaching your position. So, what do you want to do?
That's probably just the all-out run type of thing.
Yeah.
Now we just run.
Break into sprint?
Yeah,
All right, everyone give me athletics.
sure thing.
Oh boy.
Hey.
You all take off as they start approaching the edge. One of them notices you guys break from stealth and they're here! And then all of the men are starting to converge on this location. As you guys sprint into the grass through the mud pits, splashing mud everywhere. They're shouting and arrows flying past and horses whinnying and approaching you guys. It's getting rather chaotic behind you. Kios, you're struggling to keep up.
Yup.
You've almost lost sight of them a couple of times.
If I notice him falling behind, I'll back off a bit, and I don't know if I can help him, but
Let's
You
have Vincent
can,
grab him. He has space.
but you've got the prince on your shoulder.
yeah. Well, I don't mean like pick him up on the other shoulder. I just mean like I don't know if I can what I can do really, but
Yeah, how much does he weigh? Or is
I
it just like a help
am
thing?
I
His
am
bulk-
160 pounds. And I
his
have
bulk
some.
plus 2,
How much bulk
so 8.
are you carrying? 8? Well, that's a little bit too much
that's
for me
just
then.
way too
Yeah.
much.
What are you carrying?
Well, yeah.
He's
Well,
out
we
of
got
carrying-
like 4 stabs.
I don't have
literally
that much stuff. I have I have a carried bulk of 6, and some of that I can
Yeah.
just drop, so it's
Hold on,
fine.
I have a warhammer, 2 battle axes, 3 javelins, a great sword, chainmail, steel shield, and a whole bunch of random knickknacks, and I'm only carrying bulk 8. Hold on. Am
I have a
doing
carried bulk of 6. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
What are you carrying?
I got a lot of torches on me, dude.
Oh, wait, does
Torches. I got an extra staff that I'm trying to sell.
Anyway, point being, yeah, if I notice him getting out of sight, I would. I don't know how fast the prince, how fast they can run, but I mean, is he in good health enough to run? Do I
Probably
think?
not if he couldn't
Probably
sit
not.
up.
how,
easily.
how much does
Let's just
wait,
say.
how much does Tiagda bulk 1?
Yeah.
I can carry Tiagda
Yeah,
if you want to
yeah,
help Chaos, since you're
yeah,
faster anyway.
yeah.
Kios, while they figure this out, you're being weighed down by your equipment.
Am I?
Yes.
Oh, because it's encumbered 5?
Yes. Anything
Yeah.
above that encumbered value reduces your speed.
Oh, I'm gonna drop my bow staff then.
All right.
Well, I mean, just chuck it to me. I guess I still got a bunch of like
I
don't
just
know.
fling my old bow staff at you.
Yeah,
Here,
Fair
catch this. It's important.
yeah.
Give me a
Go
reflex
long.
save, Marv.
Sure thing.
Save it from the abyss.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
He saves it from the abyss.
All right.
You chuck your staff at him, and it's just enough that even though it's really fatiguing you, you're able to start catching up with the group. However, also the horses are catching up. The men haven't so much just yet, but they bear spears and are trying to catch you guys as they ride past. Okay, this one is versus Marv's AC. Yeah, AC.
Yeah. If it meets or beats it, right?
Key,
Yeah.
it's not the one attacking.
Oh.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. Unfortunate if
Give
he
me a
was.
fortitude save.
Okay.
You take 2 blunt.
Alright.
The danger comes not so much from the damage that you take. It comes from the force of a horse trying to knock you off your feet. You take it like a champ. You pull yourself along with its velocity and come to a skidding stop on your feet and then smoothly transition back into running. It hurts like hell, but it doesn't really lose you much momentum. Another horse comes in. This one is targeting Vincent.
Ouch.
Oof.
Well, that one does hit.
That is not how we roll. That's how we roll. 4 blunt and give me a fortitude save. If you fail this one, you will be prone. Ooh. You are saved by your expertise.
Alright.
It comes at you and strikes you in the shoulder, sending you spinning through the air and to your feet for a second. You're only barely able to recover in a roll and come back shakily onto your feet as you stumble forward back into a sprint, barely keeping yourself from slipping on the mud underfoot. Kios is able to catch up with you with the loss of momentum there.
Quick question. I know we're at a full sprint, but would I be able to cast Sanctuary on Tiagda?
No.
Okay, got it.
Not without stopping.
Yeah.
One more quick question. See, the horses there, I am assuming they're charging at us, trying to just knock us off our feet, right?
Yes.
Well, this is a bit of a long shot, but I have this. Can I,
Yeah, sure. If you want to ready, it'll be risky.
Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, this is a last ditch thing, but I would like to, and I would yell this to the party members if they're within earshot, to run into the trees. I don't know how sparse the trees are, but that would maybe get the horses off our back. But
It's not they're not dense enough to really deter horses. They're like
eh,
40 to 80 feet apart.
alright. Uh,
For completely unskilled princes that are on an out of control horse, it could be a problem, but not trained horsemen.
gotcha. Well, I'll you know what? I'm not a baby. If they charge me again, I'm gonna try to knock this roundhouse kick him off his horse.
Well, speaking of,
Uh,
they're charging at you again.
all right.
If someone charges me, can I
Ouch.
also ready a? Well, if we ready an attack versus their charge, are we using one of our actions per round for that instead of running?
Yes, that's how it works.
How
Marv,
many horses?
how much is what? Sorry.
How many horses are chasing us?
Currently, there are 2 swiping at you guys.
Okay, if one charges at me, then I want to attempt to hit it too.
Okay. More are on their way, of course, but these 2 have gotten here first. Marv.
Yep.
One is coming at you. Do you stop or do you keep sprinting?
Well,
You indicated that you might want a flying kick?
Yeah. If he's coming at me, I'm going to square up to that horse, and I'm going to, I don't know how I'm going to pull this off, but I'm going to try to jump up on the horse and knock him off of it.
All right. Give me an acrobatics and gain a hero point.
Sure thing. And if it makes a difference, I also have this. But,
Okay, yeah, that does help.
alright,
It will only take 1 action for you to do this.
nice.
Woo.
Alright, that's a pretty good roll. Alright.
A worthy hero point.
Hmm.
The horse comes charging in through the grass. You plant yourself with your hips squared and your legs spread, ready to jump. You calculate the horse's velocity, and at just the right time, leap off of your back foot and go hurling into the air. And bring the smackdown. Give me an attack.
Alright.
You have 1 action's worth of attack.
So it's flurry of blows I'm hearing, and that's okay. That's
Strike,
pretty.
strike.
All right. Both it.
Mhm.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
A writing check against that.
Right. And one more thing, if it makes a difference, that too.
Oh yes, he will have to survive that too. Let's start with that one.
Sure thing.
What is your class DC?
20.
20.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Mine
And
was also 20.
just for good measure, we need to roll this against his ability to control his horse. All right. You leap up into the air, bringing down a dizzying flurry of blows. The last strike sounding as a clear bell as your knee comes crashing into his helmet. The man goes flying off of his horse and spinning to the ground. And the horse, confused, comes to a skittering stop, absent its rider. The man's slowly getting up from the mud as he's trying to steady himself on his unsteady legs.
I don't know that I know how to ride a horse, but can I attempt to steal this man's horse before he gets up?
You can always attempt to steal a man's horse.
That is true.
Okay. So. It's always hard to find things when I immediately need them, when I've already looked up the thing that I wanted to do before.
Yeah, that's yeah. I know all about that one.
Okay. So this is a no. We don't do board. Drive. Okay. So let me give you this. Here are the vehicle-based actions that you can engage in right now, without any horse riding training. And a piloting check is generally uses driving lore or piloting lore. This would be horse riding lore. Since you have none, then it will be a difficult flat check. But generally, as long as it's not encountering dangerous situations, the horse will more or less pilot itself.
All right.
Unlike a car, which doesn't understand the world.
Well, I would like to attempt to get on this horse and take off back toward the party.
All right. You grab yourself onto the stirrups and hop onto the thing. Courtesy your daring acrobatics expertise. You have no trouble getting it to the saddle and stealing this man's horse. It charges off into the grass. The man yelling behind as he tries to grab his bow that's scattered onto the muddy dirt a while away and pulls out a shaky arrow. He attempts to strike you with
Is
a
it
parting
possible?
shot.
Is it possible for him to yoink Tiagda on his way out?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking to do. I don't know how fortuitous this horse is, but surely I can carry me and a smaller me on the horse.
Yes, the horse would be fine with that.
All right.
Okay. He misses, and you have graduated now from thief to horse thief. Working on your class upgrades right there.
Yep. This is Fire Emblem now. I've a prestige class.
You're charging into the grass, easily catching up with most of the rest of the party. There's still one man on horseback, and he's going to come after you.
Mhm.
But he misses on his pass. The men are slowly catching up, getting somewhat exhausted in the process. And more horses are on the way, but one of them has stopped to help the dude who's knocked off his horse, and also to what the fuck happened.
Understandable.
Um, Marv,
Yep.
you're currently somewhat the heart of the party as you have a vehicle, and the rest of the party does not. So you're sort of guiding where you guys are doing and what your actions are. So, what is the party doing?
Yeah, well, okay, so this is, I would like to attempt to collect Tiagda and perhaps you said Kios, you're the slowest one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reynald is the
Oh,
slowest one.
Reno, that's right. Well, I mean,
Speed-wise.
yeah,
But I'd probably be heavier than a horse could handle with
Y-
2 other people.
yeah, that's what I was, yeah. Well, I'll collect Tiagda anyway, and, I suppose I don't know what the objective here is. I'm just running away with Tiagda, I guess.
Okay. You charge ahead past the party. If your objective is to just escape, then you gotta put your pedal to the stirrup.
Yeah.
You rev your horse up and blast through, leaving you somewhat ahead of the rest of the party. Vincent, it's horse time. Misses. Do you want to stop and attack it, or are you just gonna ignore it and keep running?
Alright, so am I currently carrying Tiagda, or did Philip already grab Tiagda?
Philip already grabbed Tiago.
In that case, yeah, I'm gonna take a weapon and just try to cut the horse down, like biggest target.
Fair enough.
Basically, just clotheslining the horse with
You skid to a stop, drawing out your giant great sword and square up with it. Give me an attack. Roll damage. Oh.
unfortunate.
You come skidding through the stop, through the mud, whipping your sword out in a single action. And the horse comes upon you. And though you bring it alongside to try and cut its stomach open, the rider is skilled enough to see the danger, and so gets away with just a cut on the horse's flank. Plus side, he doesn't get to attack you this turn. However, now the men are catching up to you, Vincent. They're only about 60 feet away.
Well,
what shall you do?
Keep running.
All right. Keeping your sword out, you turn heel and charge. This one is going to ignore Vincent and go after Marv, charging ahead of the party to do so. And miss. Marv. It takes 2 actions. Well, it only takes 1 action to basically keep the horse on course. That gives you 2 actions to respond with.
Sure. I mean, I would like to try and defend myself, but maybe this is kind of difficult while trying to pilot a horse untrained, so I just ask, can I attempt to grab the spear as he just thrusts it at me?
Sure. Give me a Give me an attack. It'll be versus a
Everything.
reflex save. Yes.
Alright.
He is not expecting somebody to grab his weapon. These guys need a little bit more training. You grab his weapon and have it, I guess.
Well, I mean, I assume he's a military man, a mercenary at least. So I mean, I would like to try to yank him off his horse. If he lets go of the weapon, I'm just gonna chuck it off into the woods.
Let's see. How brave is he feeling? The lady's kind of on his butt. He's going to keep holding on to that weapon, giving you an opportunity to do a push effectively. So give me an athletics. It'll be versus his fortitude save to knock him over.
Sure thing.
That is above his fortitude save. He tries to maintain control of his spear, but it is literally his downfall. You drag him off his horse, and the spear gets yanked away, as does the man, as they both go spiraling into the grass. The horse veers off without a rider.
Sure thing. That's one problem solved for the time being.
You guys are coming up on a river. It's about 20 feet wide, and you're not sure how deep it is. But Marv, you're the first one to see it.
I would like to use the horse like a Yoshi and no.
I mean,
About how far away is the rest of the people chasing us?
River is about 60 feet ahead and closing. People behind you, closest person to them is currently Vincent, and Vincent is about 40 feet from them.
Alright. I assume there's no rafts, anything like that along this river at all, not even just a log we could paddle to the other side?
Depends on how many hero points you're willing to spend.
I would spend every single one of them. I believe I have 3.
Okay. 2, because you spent one. But
that's right.
there is a man currently canoeing down the river, a fisherman. If you spend both.
Yeah, sure. I would like to do that, and I suppose I'll flag him down and in desperation tell him that they're a band of murderous bandits trying to kill us, and we would appreciate if we could have some help across the lake.
He dives off his boat into the water.
Okay. Free boat.
He's not dealing with murder bandits today.
Yeah. All right.
Giant crowd of them.
I will gladly commandeer this man's boat, and I don't know how many of us can get across the thing, but I don't really think I need the horse on it, so I'll get off the horse and get me and Tiag on it at least.
Okay, fair enough. Marv is currently boarding a boat for those who are currently chasing through the grass as you burst through it to the embankment. He's waving you guys to get on.
Frantically waving.
Vincent, you'll be the last one heading towards it. Everyone is in front of you. First up is Kios, actually. Kios.
How did I get in the lead?
Because Vincent stopped and Reynal is slow.
Oh, great. Fuck you. I'm out of here.
Camaraderie.
I don't know. I would have my sling out just in case, but yeah. Am I like, paint the scene for me one more time? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Yep. So Marv has convinced unexpectedly a fisherman to jump off his canoe.
Right.
And he's currently waving you guys on. It's about a 20-foot across river.
How far back is Steve or Renault?
Renault is currently about 15 feet behind you, and Vincent is about 30 feet behind both of you.
Vincent's on a horse, isn't he?
New.
That's
Meh.
Mars.
I
Was
mean,
Mars was. Okay.
Yeah,
Mars is
it
now
was
on
I'm
a
just
sorry,
a horse.
I got put a little bit back. I got an email from somebody that I had to respond to.
Oh, no problem.
I don't know how far back behind me I knocked that other guy off his horse off, but I don't. I guess there may
It's
be
gonna be a
another
while.
horse thing.
It's going to be a
Oh,
while for him to catch up.
okay.
All right. Well,
So
then
Can we
it's,
all
I'll just.
fit on the boat?
Marv is currently on the boat, but nobody else right now.
There's
yeah.
4 of us, and how many seats are there? Are there 2
It
ends and
looks
then
like it comfortably seats 3.
Uh, yeah, I think you could probably fit about like if you jammed everyone on the thing, probably
it'll
6
be
people on
fine.
a canoe.
If anything gets bad, we'll just chuck Marv's out and he can run along the bank.
Yep, yep. I
He
mean,
can
I
just
can
run on the
swim.
water.
That's true. I eventually I can run on the water. No.
For what it's worth, I may not be describing this canoe properly. It is a canoe. It has a single mast rising up from the center, and then a little triangle
Hmm.
for a sail, effectively.
Oh, it's like a
Oh,
little
it's
tiny
Like a
sailboat
kid
then.
drawing a sailboat.
like
Mm.
a smaller version of the boats in Witcher 3. There you go.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to put it.
Oh, little
And if it
dinghy.
seats 3, it's probably about the size of the boats in Witcher 3.
Yeah, I suppose so. And that would be comfortably, and then like another person can jump in.
Yeah, I mean, if there are just too many people to fit on this boat, I can try and swim across,
All right.
but I
Well, I'll
would like
jump
to
in.
try and fit. Yeah, I say I like to try and fit everyone on the boat if possible.
This wouldn't be a thought in my mind. I would just be jumping in.
All right.
Okay.
Kios, you charge through the mud, sputtering into the river, and then hurl yourself onto the side of this boat as you clamber on board. Reynal, you are not far behind, and you come to a stop as you jump into the river and grab onto the side of this thing. Vincent, there is a crowd of very angry men behind you, and
Feeling
horses
mutual.
rapidly approaching.
Hmm.
You just have now burst out of the grass, and the boat is starting to take some speed on the wind.
Well, I don't think I have anything other than just keep running.
Okay. You charge down the embankment, keeping pace with the boat until you dive to the right side and start swimming. There's a crowd of dudes behind you guys. Vincent, if you would like, I don't know if you'll come to this immediately, but there is something that you might be able to do that would change the situation. You
Am I
could
on-
either spend a hero point for a hint on that, or roll an intelligence, and I might give it to you.
Am I on the boat yet, or am I still running into it?
You're currently in the river, making your way to it.
Well, I know what I can do once I get on the boat. Am I in any danger of not reaching the boat before I get collapsed upon?
It's getting a little dicey, but you think you can make it. They're now also on the embankment. Some of them are stopping to try and hastily pull out slings in the like. Horses are starting to break through.
Well, mm,
Some of them are starting to spin metal ball weighted nets.
you said it was an intelligence check.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my strong suit. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Or hero point.
Gubuga Barbarian. Let's just roll the intelligence check. Nope. Okay, Ooga Booga Barbarian. Yeah, we're running to the boat.
Okay, yep. You slam into the side of the boat and kind of hurl yourself over the side. There's no paddles in this thing. It's mostly just wind powered.
I know what I can do about that though.
Is there a strong headwind?
I
It's
know.
kind of calm.
Hmm.
I know what to do about that.
Blow really hard on the sail.
Um, you remember something that's in your pack, and
I
pull it
do.
out, and this little feather explodes into a, a kind of a ethereal force of wind, which bursts onto the sail, and um, it like a tidal surge. The front of the boat lifts up a couple of inches as it gets pressed by the wind. You guys take a great deal of speed on. Let me check the particulars on that. But I believe that your speed just dramatically increased.
So much that the boat is ripping apart, right?
Let's see. 25-mile-an-hour wind, not cumulative
Wow.
speed.
Uh,
Um, so yeah. Let me see. 25 miles per hour, 2 feet per
We're
second.
moving now.
Pretty fast wind.
36.66 feet per second.
Whoa.
We're
It is
moving
as
now.
fast as Marv. You guys jet down the river, and the men are utterly incapable of keeping up. The horses, they're pushing hard to try and do so.
It's 6 times faster than Mars, right? Because you said it's 36 feet per second.
Oh yes, so that would actually be
It's like
216 feet per round.
24 miles an hour. That's pretty close to be going. I'm pretty fast to be going from a standstill down to like, just about 30 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yep.
It is going about twice as fast as. Um, the men will take aim and make a couple of attempted parting shots. Ahem. There we go. Although it wasn't much better.
Not quite. Not quite.
One of them will strike. And I will go
Damn.
in the order of presented tokens from Vincent to Marv to Reynald to. Wait. From Vincent to Kios to Reynald to Marv as to who is getting attacked. Reynald, what is your AC?
21.
It misses, bouncing off your armor. No damage. There.
How far away are we from the guy who threw those?
Oh, he was like. Some of them are 30 feet. Some of them are like 80 feet. This
Okay.
was a parting shot. They're not able to keep up with the boat. They just had a brief window of opportunity where, even though your boat is making its way away, it's still within firing range, so they might still be able to hit. The chaos fades behind you all as you jet down the river. The fan above blowing a harsh, howling wind.
That's what I was gonna say. It's yeah. I calculated. I think I can run about 12 miles an hour, and the boat is moving about 26.
So you guys were here. Let me mark it out for you. And you're currently going upriver, so to the north. That blue line is the river that you're on.
All right.
There is a big bridge up here, which you could make your way off of. The path that most people take to the fortress goes that way, or you could come off earlier. Where do you guys want to stop?
I mean, I'd figure you'd come off earlier because they're probably going to check that bridge.
Yeah, that's to say. I probably don't want to get off at any obvious place. Just in the middle of the woods would be preferable if we know where we're at.
Was it like along the river? Oh yeah, I see.
Yep. Where the red mark is, that's where you guys currently are.
I figure probably make sure that we've lost them, get off in the woods, and then probably torch the boat.
Torching. But I don't have any
Well,
spells. Torching the boat would be too visible.
well,
Yeah, but the boat's gonna be visible anyways.
I'd
well,
rather take it into the woods a little ways before just
That
dumping
works,
it.
yeah. Just drag it into the woods and
Right.
hide it behind a bush.
Right, because burning it will just be, a signal fire up into the
Yeah.
sky.
just burn it and then send it back down the river. I think we turned around, so I changed our
We
mind.
caught on fire and disappeared.
Yeah.
Suddenly becomes a Viking funeral.
You guys sail upriver. Takes about 30 minutes to get up to the closest intersection with Godwood, where you guys will turn off and stash the boat. Marv, do you want to use stealth to cover, or are you guys just going to leave it?
Well, I would try and hide it, but I don't want to spend too much time because again we don't have a ton of it. So
Fair enough. You leave the boat, heading west-southwest to the Oakhart Fortress, using your maps and compass to guide the way. It's thankfully only about 5 miles away, so it's only about an hour's travel. And there, you meet with a curious man, who in fact did speak with the prince. Sympathetic to his cause, and not really an ally of the Burning Knights, he sends you guys on your way with supplies and water, and a path through the forest that should let you avoid most of the hazards throughout it. It's not long before you're traveling west of Oakhart and take the road south from Eston. It's now about 10 o'clock at night, as you guys have made it to about here, following but not staying on the road. And sweaty, muscles aching, bones screaming. Finally, peel off the road and find a place to rest. Unfortunately, most of your weapons you left behind. Sorry. And Kios, the loss of your powers weighs heavy on your shoulders. It is an annoyance which continues to pester as the night draws near. You guys will set up your usual guard and watch, I take?
yeah. Well, considering how we have a sort of defenseless member of the party right now, sort of. I don't know if you want to sit on a watch by yourself, but
He's got eyes. That's
yeah.
the main thing that somebody on watch needs.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like you do you, but I would offer to, watch alongside or in place of.
Night finally falls as you guys make camp and set up your defenses, meager as they are. Catching a quick, cold meal, not wanting to attract attention with a fire, deep in the heart of the woods, south of Eston. Not far from Aaron's Bluff and Palproth's stand. The same road that you guys took up to Wizard's Peak, what feels only weeks ago on the long, long road home to Grenholt. There's still a ways to go, and not a whole lot of time to do it. Let's see. The day of ceremony remains the second Gales Day in the month of Springs. And it is likely that it will take you a good deal of time to get to Grenholt, probably 2 weeks. So it will be the beginning of Springs when you arrive at Grenholt, which would mean that you have to protect him for 2 more weeks past that. And there are certain requirements the prince will get to you guys as you camp. First, an archpriest must attend the ceremony. Otherwise, it won't be seen as a legitimate crowning. Second, he'll need to be crowned in the crown of the citadel, is what it's called. There is a trial that all princes and so forth who wish to claim the throne must pass through in order to be seen as a valid successor. He is allowed to bring trusted companions with him to do so, and he suspects that he will need your services. It's 3 in the morning now, deep into, I believe, Raynell's shift, and there are men combing the forest. Though there are a couple of tense moments, they pass by not noticing you. And it isn't long before it's morning again, with the burning nights and Grenholt ahead of you. How do you wish to proceed?
Well, it's during Renault's shift, isn't it?
Yeah, they showed up during Raynell's shift, but passed by without incident. Well, without noteworthy incident.
Yeah, so it's the morning after that now, right?
Yep, you guys are currently breaking camp.
I mean, I guess just keep on going like we have been. We don't really know where they're going to be when we run into the Burning Nights, so we'll just kind of have to figure that out when we get to it.
All right. You guys head south through Aaron's Bluff, following the King's Road, but not too closely, somewhat off to the side of it, keeping somewhat between the river and the road as you head south towards the Red Court, the giant swamplands, which you were worried that the prince's captors might lead you through originally. You know that it is a difficult place to track people through. However, there is significant risk in going into it. You could curve around it, you could cut through it in hopes to lose your pursuers. You might even try to stash yourself in the village to the north of the Red Court, which you guys thought about doing in pursuit of that slaver party.
I don't know that we're really kitted out to try and go through a swamp. So I think we could probably just go around it.
Where is it?
Oh, it's not on this map. It's technically past here.
Oh, so we've made a decent ways.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm abstracting a lot since we're in long travel mode right now.
Mm-hmm.
To bring back the North Seer map. Let me bring it up for you guys. Okay. So, hang on one second. Let me brighten things up a bit. Where are my tokens? I have 1 billion icy rats, and I didn't even know. There we go. Okay, so worrisome player location. So what you guys have done is you're now kind of southward of Eston, and are slowly making your way, following closely to, but not on the King's Road. Past this forest is Linares and the Red Court. You could follow the King's Road, which is the road that you guys took to Wizard's Peak. It is the most direct, quickest route to Grenhold, but also the most watched. You could head west to Linares and stash yourself there for a bit, in hopes to basically let them pass by. Or you could curve around the swamp, heading past its western edge, and then southward to Grenhold.
We do have somewhat of a semblance of a support system in Grenhold. What with the guard and everybody surrounding him. Big Mushroom Man. Whatever his name was.
Oh, Halfang.
Yeah. So we do have a support system there if we want to get there as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'd figure go for Grenholt because
right.
then there's other people there.
How long until the crowning?
Mob us.
How long what?
Until the crowning.
So it is currently the second Fire's Day of Creeks. The crowning will be on the second effective Monday of the next month. Last time it took you guys about 2 weeks to go from Grenhold to Wizard's Peak, taking the direct route.
So this will probably take us another week at least, or at most.
Depending on how quickly you're moving, yeah.
Which gives us like a little under 3 weeks, a little over 2 weeks, I guess.
So you do have a little bit of time to work with, if you want to be cautious.
But if we went off to Lunaris, that would probably take us a week.
It'll probably take you 3 days to do so.
3 days off, and then 3 days back on to get to the path again.
Yep. You would burn about a week plus the amount of time that you want to spend there trying to stash yourselves.
I don't know if
I'd figure stay on the road.
Right, because we also have to find the grand priest or
the archpriest.
Archpriest, yep. So since we have to do that too, I say we go there instead of hiding out somewhere else.
All right, fair enough. You guys will head down the road, doing your best to avoid suspicion. Where is my big controls? Yeah, this is probably the fastest way to do it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You're seeing signs of them as you guys progress, but no direct encounters so far. A couple of glancing moments here and there where you have to dive off the road or take smaller roads to the south and west to dodge them. But before long, though it's near the end of the month now, you arrive at the outskirts of Grenhold, the 22nd of Creeks, which is about 6 days before the end of the month. You're pretty sure that they have caught on, however, to the fact that you guys are trying to get your way over to Grenhold. So it's likely that you will have to deal with them here as well. So, how do you want to proceed?
Carefully.
I figure first thing we'd want to do is try and get in touch with Halfang so we can get some form of backup.
Okay. Where would you guys like to try to stay for the time being while you're
I was
trying to get
I was
contact?
muted. Where was the last place we saw him? Like that one base, semi base that we had Tiagda at for a short period of time.
The undercroft of a old grand tomb, which was somewhere south of the citadel
Oh,
in
okay.
this general area.
But that was also, what, a month and a half ago?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
I guess,
where's our house? I know that's still in the bloody rioting district,
that
but
area, I think. Oh, is it?
it's right
Is it
there. So you were completely wrong, Steve. Come on now, get it
I
together.
thought it was bottom left.
Okay.
I mean, there's the inn that we stayed at before. There's, unless somebody's broken into it, there shouldn't
the murder
be
inn?
anybody there. Yeah. I mean, we got the body buried, so it's not like there's been a decaying corpse in there.
I suppose we can at least go check it out and see if there's people there and everything like that.
Yeah.
You arrive
is
out the
this-
front of the old inn where you guys were staying, and there are guards posted. The interior looks like it's been mostly cleared out.
But there's guards posted at the door?
Mhm.
That's strange.
Well,
I mean, there was
somebody was murdered there.
Right, but it's been a few weeks now, and the hell are the guards guarding at this point, you know?
Yeah, I'd refrain from asking him because that's just gonna seem suspicious.
Do the guards have any symbols on them or anything like that, or is it just generic, armored and weapon-clad people?
Yes, they do. The symbology, because you guys have seen it before, is of House Gorama.
Which one was that? Was that the house that
That's
I tried to
one of
walk
the two
into?
that's against us.
Oh, well, great. All right, so not going in there. All right, so this entire northern section kind of seems like hell, basically. So I say we try and go to one of the different areas like Brewer's End or Sunrise. Trying to find an inn down there.
There is also the Kagoshan Temple that you guys visited.
Yeah, I mean, we'd probably be able to talk our way into getting sheltered.
Have I done anything in the name of Kagosho lately? I don't think
No.
so.
I mean, you did protect the prince at the cost of your own life and powers.
But it wasn't in his name. That was more in just... I wasn't doing that in his name.
That's fair, but
I was doing something for him, but it wasn't doing something for him because he's him. You know?
right, it's something that he would appreciate, even though you didn't be like, "Hey, this is for you."
Since it's Kagosho, do we think the people in the Citadel would be on our side of the cause?
You're not quite sure, and the prince is also not quite sure what the situation would be at the Citadel right now. On tight lockdown, certainly, but you and he are not sure who would be guarding it right now, and whether you could count on their loyalty, because it's likely that the noble houses are involved, along with the royal knights. But the situation of the city has gotten worse since you guys were here.
Because of the plague or because of the increased rioting?
Both, really.
Yeah. All right.
Lots more broken doors, destitute people.
But
etc.
Lostwell is still the epicenter and still awful, right?
Oh yeah, it's real
Yeah.
bad over there. Although you haven't made it there yet, you can tell because the hills is slightly above most of the rest of the city. Um, a lot of Lostwell has been burnt.
Dude, rip our
Was
fucking
Tiagda
house. When did we get that house? Did we pay for that?
Nope,
No,
it was
that
the
was
holding.
safe house given to us by Wizardell.
Okay. Just making
I mean,
sure.
we could just try and go to the house Wizardell and
You
see
do
what
know that
happens
there
from
is
that.
no lord currently,
Yeah.
whether or not they're keeping that quiet.
I
You're
mean,
not sure who would be in control of it. Come to think of it,
that's because I mean they're the people who are supporting us protecting Tiagda.
I feel like we should keep Tiagda in a location before heading off to anywhere. Really, we need to confirm that Wizafel hasn't been corrupted by the new lord or anything like that, because we don't know who's in charge. So it could very well be just a completely different group than what we remember.
does Tiagda even want to be king of this place?
I mean, it's a fucking shit show, dude. Just clap your hands together and go away, man.
he sees it as his duty, not just to the kingdom, but to his father.
How old is he?
He is 11ish.
Bitch, he's 11. All right, we can get him somewhere else. He doesn't have any duty as an 11-year-old.
Oh, I mean, he's a prince. That is his duty.
Yeah, fuck
That's
that.
what he was raised for.
He is the only crown prince.
Let it be known that I am in favor of taking him into the wilds and returning to my life as it was.
Let it be known that I think you're an idiot.
Alright.
Let it be known on this rare occasion that I don't completely disagree with Chaos. I mean,
God damn, the hell is frozen over. I've been correct about something?
I
you know,
wouldn't
I
go
mean,
that far.
whatever
You've been
Tiagda
agreed
wants,
with.
whatever Tiagda wants, I will support him. But I am just a wandering, experience all the different cultures type of guy. I mean,
You're
if
definitely experiencing cultures.
my nephew wants to travel the world instead, I mean, I'll take him with me. I mean, you know, I don't. This place doesn't seem that great to me.
I vote we try and find a place in the southern end of the city. Post like 2 people to stay with Tiagda, and then 2 others go to a nearby house with Zathel place to get some more information about the group before we just hand Tiagda over to them.
I mean, we could try and. The Kagoshan Temple would probably let us stay for, like, a day at least.
Does the archpriest have to be of a specific faith?
It's an interesting question that you proposed to the prince. He's familiar with the ritual and with why the archpriest is necessary to it, but he doesn't actually know if they need to be of a particular faith. Traditionally, it's being done by a Kagoshan priest, an archpriest, but
Can we just go back up to Wizard's Peak, grab Erebus, and then come back down? Have him like the priest of old Felinor and Zahulu, and
I think if
What
we
a
were gonna
nub.
go back to Wizard's Peak, we would probably just grab Jake to be a priest.
oh, I forgot about that. Yeah,
Very true.
The lizard wizard.
Here you go.
yeah, I think the Citadel would also work. I think that's a decent
Not
idea.
not the Citadel, Kagoshan
not the
Temple.
yes,
They're two separate things.
sure. Whatever you said, I think that works.
So heading over to the Kagoshan temple to find beds, and then splitting off into another group to find what hopefully remains of House Wizardel.
Yeah, I think so.
Correct. I think we should hide the prince. The way we should go about doing it is probably like, hey, we have a mission in the name of the king, and help us out.
There isn't a king, so mission in the
Oh.
name of the king would be even more suspicious.
Good point. But you get my
king
point. Maybe
yeah.
try and hide the fact that Tiagda isn't our nephew until absolutely necessary.
Well, I mean, it's not like anybody's going to be able to just instantly fact check us. Like, he's not your nephew. The
Yeah.
exception of, I guess,
I
maybe
have
Vince.
this nephew detector right here. um, okay, yeah. The same excitable short lady will be there attending the front. And you guys will explain your current lack of shelter. Um,
Oh god damn it! It's Chance.
no.
Oh, it's just Chance's theme.
No, this is a different one. Or at least it doesn't
Definitely
say
has one
chance in the
chance.
name.
Oh.
It's the same song, I swear, dude. Oh, by the way, Fate, I was sitting here and I was listening to some of the music at the end of something,
Mhm.
and one of them was by not at all royalty free. It was who was it? Steve, you remember who it was?
No, I don't think you
I
told me
think
the name.
oh, it was Portugal the Man. So
Hmm?
not at all royalty free.
Portugal
So
Man.
so be
Yeah.
warned.
That's a weird one to have as a.
It was from their newer album.
Oh, like Feel It Still or something.
Nah, it wasn't Feel It Still, but it was pretty close to it. I can't remember which one it was. I'm looking through their music right now.
Well, the only ones that I have for themes right now, let's see. One is from Final Fantasy XIV. Another one is from Dot Hack Sign. One of them is from a band, but it's not that one. Chance's Lament is a remix of a song, and Voss's theme comes from Bastion.
It might not have been Portugal the Man, but I remember that popping in my head. But it was definitely like not a royalty free song. Like I've heard it before and it isn't a royalty free song. So I'll let you know if I see it again or hear it again, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. Uh, ah, I have it in Serzonk, I believe. Yeah, I think that you're thinking of Highly Suspects. My name is Yemen.
that's what it is. It's highly suspect, not Portugal the Man. They're pretty close, but not the same.
Yep, I get what you mean. Yes, even though that is technically the theme, the actual theme of Voss, I can't play it very often for obvious reasons. So, less there be VOD mutes. So same short lady will greet you guys. Oh, uh, you look a little stressed out. Can I help you?
Yeah, we could use somewhere safe to stay for just like a day or so.
What was her name?
You strain to recall.
I do.
She tried to help me and then I said that I was massively cursed. Wasn't it her?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do I remember her name?
Um,
Does my character remember her name? Because I
Give me a
sure as
wisdom.
hell don't.
Give me a wisdom to pull it out of the hat.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Her name's Emily, I've decided.
As soon as I remember.
I got a
what was the
22. That's
micro
pretty
code.
good. Come
Wow,
on now.
Jesus.
These
Jesus
results are
Christ.
very far
He's
apart.
never seen her in his life.
That fits, because I'm terrible with names in real life, even.
Dude, same.
You believe that the guy referred to her as Lilin.
Lillian. Okay. Lily, not Emily. I was close.
Spelled out for convenience.
Thank you. Hello, we are but impoverished wanderers.
Does she remember us?
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take the lead on this one. I was like, hey, do you remember me?
She strains a bit.
It was a few weeks
got-
ago.
she's got some heavy bags under her eyes. She looks a lot more worn out than she was last time, and she was already kind of worn out.
I was
Oh,
so
wow.
massively cursed that you got your boss.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
that was greatly unfortunate.
Good
I
news.
hope you're
They're
faring
gone.
better.
They're gone. I have a new one that's worse than all of them put together. But all the
Worse.
ones that I came to you with are gone. Yeah, this one was actually imposed by some
No,
bitch. No, I won't go into
don't.
details.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't go into
This
detail
one was
beyond
imposed
just
by
a
some.
bitch.
I did not deserve it in this. The other ones I definitely deserved. This one I did
Well,
not deserve. No, shut the fuck up, Renault. I did not deserve in the slightest. Um, but I can't access any of my magic my arcana anymore. I don't have I'm not in tune with arcana anymore.
She blinks, digesting that information. I. That's quite the curse.
Yeah, it's. I am very angry about it. But putting that aside, I am in desperate need of lodgings.
Of course. Uh, we'll find you someplace. Um, there's still some room down in the basement if you don't mind being amongst the supplies.
Not at all. I
that works
have
great.
4 other people with me. Is that
I
okay?
imagine we're just all at the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just point back to him.
Yeah, sure. It should be fine. As long as they're not all grinning, then it might get a little crowded.
I don't. Do we have any grinning? We don't have any grinning. We're
Vincent's half grinning.
fine. Vincent doesn't count. He's half grinning.
Ouch.
Your
Jesus.
ancestors are angry.
we we don't like those fucking hybrids here.
Jeez.
Wow.
Apparently
That
you were
is a new
raised by
tone.
some bigoted chipmunks.
New tone of this kingdom. The prince will be a little weirded out by that, but won't comment. He'll step forward and she'll. Oh, who's this? So that makes it 5. Then I take it. Is he all right?
It was 5 total, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Who's she pointing to?
The prince.
Tiagda.
Yeah, he's one of the
Yeah,
4 that I mentioned.
He's
Yeah,
our nephew. He's a bit ill, but
he's fine.
he's on the recovery.
It's not
She's
contagious.
about as tall as Tiagda.
He's not contagious or anything. It's fine.
She'll step forward and place a hand on his shoulder and look a little bit into his eyes. He's kind of looking down, trying to not show her his whole face. Oh, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Come. She'll wrap her arm around him and pull him inside. He just got mommed. She'll beckon for the rest of you guys to follow. Come in. We'll be closing soon for worship, but
Do you need us to vacate at that time or?
oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry yourself with our temple business.
You're not looking so hot. You've been busy the past couple weeks?
She gives a wide grin. It's been tough, but working for Kagosha always is. Thank you for your concern.
I mean, I can't really do anything about it.
She'll gesture to some stairs. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to speak to him alone for a moment.
I'll let Renault handle that. I'll look back at him.
Yeah, sure. I guess that's fine. Just don't go too far.
She'll kind of pull him a little bit to the tree as he looks back uncertain at you guys. She'll get down on one knee and look at him with kind of with her eyebrows raised and a kind of sad expression. They talk for a few minutes. there's a hollow, soft shaft of light that settles on them for a little bit as she closes her eyes. And after a moment, she stands and gives him a hug, which he's unsure how to react to. His arms just kind of out a little bit until he uncertainly embraces it. And then she will head off into a deeper part of the church, where he's left to sit there um, with a confused expression for a few minutes until he shakes it off and starts walking over to you guys. I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, I suppose we'll be keeping ourselves in the basement.
Yeah, at least until we have somewhere maybe a bit less conspicuous to hide out.
Yes,
Somewhere until we can get in touch with the house.
of course. If you want to contact them, he'll indicate on the map that you guys have. There should be an out office of the house fairly close by.
Alright, so she clearly knows who he is.
Do you ask that as a question, or is that a observation?
Well, that's more of an observation.
I mean, it's also possible that she just recognized that somebody was going through a lot.
Hard to say. So party splits off, and you guys check out nearby offices.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Who's going?
I'll go, I guess, because I got diplomacy.
Okay. It's kind of a squat house, single story, two kind of bored and tired-looking guards out front. Prominent house was the insignia, which is a good sign, which means at least it's still a house, or at least pretending to be. There's movement inside too, so it's not like an empty building. They'll gruffly and sourly ask you what your business is.
I guess I need to speak to Halfang have a title, or is it just such and such Halfang?
Didn't really. He certainly has a rank of some sort within the house, but you're not quite sure what it was.
Sorry, we're on a first name basis with Halfang. I don't need
Yeah,
his title.
I'll just tell him I need to speak with Halfang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he's not here.
Well, where is he?
Not my business.
Well, whose business is it?
Who's asking?
Kias?
I'll give him my name.
This
Terrible
is
with doing that.
This is like Kierno Voss all over again, dude. Gonna give him our address, and then boom.
He'll knock
Rioting.
on the door. A small boy will poke his head out, and he'll write something down and hand it over to him. See if they know who it is. And the boy will nod and run back inside. He'll cross his arms and lean back against the wall.
So how you doing, dude?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I assume he just leaned back waiting for the response, so I would just ask him how he's doing.
He just looks around and gestures to the somewhat barren street lined with debris, some of the buildings burnt, and people crowding the alleyways coughing.
Yeah, that's what happens when a city is both in the middle of a plague and rioting.
So I'm gonna guess, let me leave, I would.
Huh?
Tell you if they'd let me leave, I would.
Oh. So I'd say probably a good 3 out of 10.
Yeah, sure. The boy comes back. He'll knock on the window, he'll look down into it. The boy will vigorously nod his head, and then motion with both hands to come. And he'll look back up. Guess you're needed inside. He'll fumble a key out of his key ring and unlock the door and open it for you and wait for you guys to pass by.
I'll tell him to have a nice day as we go in.
Yeah, I'll try. Pyrrhus willing.
Did we split the party like half the people stay at the temple and half the people go, or are we all
Yes.
going? Okay.
That's
I
my
think that was
understanding.
the plan, was to split the party so that we
Okay.
have somebody watching Tiagda still.
So Marv's and I are staying with Tiagda and
Oh.
Woolen at the Kelshim Church. Is that
I
right?
guess so. If this results in any kind of attack or anything, I'm gonna be useless. But besides that, I'm down for.
I think it's probably more. Well, we'd want more combat people with Tiagda anyway, and I think
Right.
it's probably
Yeah.
less likely that
That.
you'd get attacked at Wistefeld
Right.
house.
I think if we do get attacked, I don't know that any two of us would be able to fight out of a house
True.
full of guards.
True.
Yeah, it'd be rough. Even with all of your abilities, fighting off a horde of guards with 2 party members is rough. Unless they're just all mooks.
In a single one-wide hallway.
A surprising figure greets you in this small lounge. You distantly remember her, but you're not quite sure from where. She's laying back on a chase lounge, which is a little bit burnt, and she'll motion towards the seats in front of her. Come, take a seat.
I'll take a seat, but also this was the girl that came to get the Wizithel guy when we were in prison, right?
Mm-hmm. Not forgotten yet. In fact, as you guys sit, coming from the back, is in fact a rather serious-looking man, quite different from the um, free and happy sort of doesn't care about the world look that you saw in this guy's face previously. He comes and sits astride from her. So, I hear you've had quite the adventure.
Yeah, you could call it that.
My acolyte and I have been tending things while you've been gone, after the unfortunateness of the Lord.
Yeah, I wish we had more time to have warned you of that when we found out, but we were on the run, unfortunately.
The man will clap his thighs as he stands up. I didn't properly introduce myself last time. He'll take a couple steps forward and hold out a gloved hand. I'm Vorton. Vorton Wizithel. I guess I'm Lord Wizithel now.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He holds his hand out, and then pulls it back because nobody seems to be taking it.
Oh, I guess I'd shake it if he held it out, sorry.
That's all right.
Introduce myself formally if we haven't already been introduced.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Sorry that's all this happened. As I understand it, granted I don't know too much about what's going on here. Quite a dangerous job that my dad sent you on.
Yeah, I don't think we quite comprehended that at the start of it, but we're here to stay so far.
Well, Dad's house doesn't have much resources, he says as he turns back to the chase lounge and then walks over and sits. But what we do have, we'll prioritize. Isn't that right? He turns over to his former instructor. Yeah, of course. Anything we have is at your disposal, though I don't think that you'll need too much of it. Seem to be doing all right on your own. Have you had any trouble? Beyond what we know of, that is, the incident at Wizard's Peak and all that.
Well, the Burning Knights are after us.
Oh, she says, as sits up.
And they took my magic. So if you guys have any experts in Arcana and restoring Arcana, that'd be nice.
She looks to Vorton and he shakes his head. I'm afraid that I'm not really versed in the matter of curses.
Cool. All right, that's me done. Goodbye. And I'll just move to the back of the room and wait for Renault to take care of everything.
Is he? She says
No.
as you walk away to Renault. Is he okay?
No, he's never okay.
I'm told that it's difficult for mages whenever they lose access to their abilities. I've never lost my own, but I can imagine the disruption. Is he feeling all right?
He died temporarily.
Died?
He got better.
Yeah, I stopped that, but I'll see if that keeps up.
Well, once this matter is settled, I'll make sure that the kingdom's resources are turned on the problem. It won't do to have someone who sacrificed so much for not only our house, but for the kingdom to go unrewarded. Even in a crisis such as we are, I'll find the resources. Burning Knights. What happened to bring them onto you?
They invaded my fucking forest.
Your forest.
He got angry with them because they were in the Godwood, and
They were in the Godwood?
yes, they had found some way to travel into it, and
She stands, crosses her arms, looks to Vorton. Great, he says. That's, well, that's going to be destabilizing.
yeah.
As repayment for all of this, at the very end, can I have support of your house to kick their asses?
Well, they're sitting in Grenhold-occupied land. That's technically the king's to do with as he wishes. The fact that they're taking advantage of the fact that there's nobody sitting on the throne won't play in their favor.
Do you think other houses would support the cause if it was presented by the king post crowning?
If he makes it.
Alright, well, that's my number one objective. And right now, like, beforehand, it was just something to do. Now it's my number one objective. Way to go, Fate. You've aligned my character interests with the actual interests of the campaign.
Vorton will cross his arms. It'll be difficult, I'm sure, but the houses can be brought to understand their place once this business with the Ascension is done. They would rather not risk everything for a scheme that won't work out. My father, I think, was a little too soft and political with them. I intend to be a bit more direct. I think it's what got him killed.
You know who did it?
I have suspicions. Strong suspicions. But I'm investigating that. Don't worry about that. Worry about the prince. I'll take care of Dad and the idiots that decided to dare do this to him. Right. So I've got a couple of letters to send. Turns out that the archpriest doubled over dead last night. So
It's not suspicious.
yeah. Um, the official report, because of course Golrima is the one that did it, is that he died of a drug overdose, of indulgence. This priest of Felinor. Yeah. So calling in a few favors, and don't worry, the prince will have an archpriest, and he's not going to keel over from some poisoned wine. I promise. Though we have Kanani to thank for that. He gestures to the lady lounging on the couch. I'm going to be moving about the city, more or less choking the shit out of Golrima, while she takes house business care, takes care of the house's affairs. So if you guys come back here, just speak to Miss Kanani, and she'll get you set up. Gentlemen, he says as he
And
stands and walks.
Miss Kanani is the woman in red?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't worry, she's, well, she used to be a royal advisor. She's got some skills. Even if they're sadly not aligned with curses. Right. I'm off, Kanani. Don't get yourself killed. Yeah. He walks off. Sorry, he's still processing everything.
I can imagine it's probably been quite a bit.
Yeah. So you have the Princeton's secure location, I hope?
Currently, yeah. I'd like to move him somewhere different, but where he's at now should be safe for the day at least.
Okay. She'll stand up and walk over and produce this shining hexagonal disc and hand it over to you. Okay. If you really trust whoever is holding them right now, give them this. If you do, he'll keep you all safe for long enough. But only if you trust them. She points. Right. Well, that's about all we can do for you today. Go and get some rest. You look like you need it. And, Kios, come with me. She gestures for you to come over.
The hell do you want?
Well, are you trained beyond the innate spells? Can you read magic script?
I don't actually think so. I guess I mean, character-wise, yes. But if that's like an actual thing that I needed to like have proficiency in or something, then no.
I think being trained in magic trains you in reading magical
I
script.
am an expert in Arcana, so
You explain that, and she'll nod. All right. Yeah, come with me. She notices the scroll case bulging slightly out of your backpack. I have some things for you.
Mm-hmm.
She leads you to this small library, half of which is filled with books, and the other half of which is filled with scrolls. So, I don't have much. I wasn't able to take much with me, but I do have a small cache of scrolls I can part with.
If you'd let me, I'll take all of them.
All right. She'll start pulling them off the shelves. All told, she'll give you 14 scrolls
Sick.
of varying sorts. They're all Arcana and
Okay.
Occult.
And
Uh,
and occult or occult.
Or Occult.
Okay. I can only use the arcanic ones, but I will also take the occult because that's me.
Well, you can use the Arcana ones actually. So you've
No,
got
I
seven.
I can only use arcana for with my current patron.
Yes, but you
Yes.
can use the Occult Scroll Case of Simplicity.
Oh, and that will allow me to use occult spells.
It'll let you convert those first level Arcana spells into castings of Illusory Disguise or Soothe. So you have basically 7 castings of those 2 spells. If you
Gotcha.
use Scroll Case.
So I'll consume the scroll regardless of whether or not it's a scroll of something, of
Right.
whatever, and
As
I
long as
can
it's
use
level 1 or
that to use. Okay, got it.
Yep. You wouldn't be able to cast them anyway, so this is how you can use them, regardless. It is a limited amount of spells, of course.
Right, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Soothe isn't terrible either.
And can I use the occult spells even though I'm in my current state?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will throw them into chat log real quick. So she has 2 scrolls of. Is it not going to throw to chat log? Okay, I'll just write them here. So she has 2 scrolls of command, 1 scroll of endure, 3 scrolls of imprint message, and 1 scroll of where'd it go? Sorry, 1 second.
Be back for a second.
And they're all first level?
Uh-huh.
Oh, she gave you a copy of Metal Gear Solid 5.
She kind of did.
All right. Steve,
Yes.
take my 7 torches, please.
We can probably just leave the 7 torches.
All right, because you have light, I have light. I don't know, what's the value of a torch? 1 CP? Yeah, we're tossing that.
Yeah,
All right.
because I can't fit any more torches.
So I got
If I grab more than like 2, I become encumbered again.
2 of command. 1 of endure. 3 of imprint message. 1 of fancy pain.
There's a scroll also in a glass casing, and with delicate gold filigree surrounding it. The name of it is just written onto the placard. She has a scroll of angelic messenger.
I don't know what that means. I don't know my spells. What is angelic messenger? I'm assuming really good.
That's a weird one.
It triggers an interesting memory, but I'll describe the spell too.
You transport yourself into either a celestial plane or a world on a material plane where worshippers of your patron can be found. You must be no higher level than double angelic messenger spell level. Huh. What type is that?
This is a conjuration spell.
Oh. So it's not in any of the traditions.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ritual, so it's not actually a tradition-based one.
So if I learned that spell, could I use it even though I'm an arcana-based witch?
Here's
You probably wouldn't, because you need to make an expert religion check as the primary.
and you would need to be an Aravastian to do it.
Oh. So
Um,
that's definitely a no then. But that basically confirms for us that she's an Aravastian or some sort of divine something.
Maybe, yeah. She doesn't look it.
I'll ask
Um,
her. I'll ask her straight up.
Oh,
I'll
no,
point. I'll point to the scroll and say, "Can you use that?"
no, it was a gift from a friend. He told me that if I ever found someone who could use it, I should give it to them. I haven't quite found somebody who can, though. Aravastians aren't known for walking the surface often. Something about it, though, Kios. It's bringing to mind that scrawl that you wrote down on that sheet of paper.
Ooh. So let me compare that to the piece of paper then. Is there like a big difference? Is it pretty close?
Sure. Do you ask her if you can see it for a second?
Yeah.
Sure, she says. She'll open it up and spread the scroll out carefully across the table. It rolls smoothly on its heavy weights. And you set your scrolling down, and she looks at it with a tilt of her head. That's a strange insignia.
Yeah, I did it off of memory, so it's probably not accurate.
He came up with that after he died.
What?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I told you about how he died.
when I died, and I say it in quotation marks, I was on the top of a mountain meditating as a different person, and then I looked down, and this was the layout of one of their cities that I could see.
A layout of a city around a ritual?
Yep.
That's weird. Well, who knows? The mind comes up with very strange things whenever set upon by the fears of death.
Yeah, this was different. Like, trust me, I've been close to death multiple times now. This was different.
A bit of a medical professional at this time. You were dead.
I gotta be back in a minute. I gotta go pick something up, and it shouldn't take very long, but
You're good.
I will be back shortly.
Philip, you're not going to do what Alex is asking you to do, are you?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. Philip, sit back down.
No,
Don't you dare.
I gotta. I gotta.
Alright. I see how it is.
She's
I see
freaking-
how it is.
I'm collecting my freaking cheesecake. No, not even. I'll be
Okay.
back in a minute.
Okay.
Alright.
The fuck is happening? Cheesecake.
He's collecting a cheesecake.
Alright, dude. More power to him. I understand why you would leave this for that.
No, she wants me to go get a damn liter bottle of juice, and so she'll give me cheesecake for it. That's all I heard. Be right back.
I see how it is.
So yeah, you complete it. This ritual. It's the inspiration that you need. You don't know what it is though, and neither does she. She says it looks like it's of the very old form of the Arcana discipline.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
Strange. Well,
What
I
happens
suppose-
What happens if I start the ritual? Have I completed the ritual, or am I like about to start it?
It will take about 10 minutes, as most rituals do.
I'd like to
Of
just start
feeding
going.
power into it to start it up. Its effects are a question mark.
All right. Yeah.
let's get the prince safe before you start casting rituals that came to you in a.
I'd like to do the ritual for a second time.
For a second time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You you grab some chalk and you start carving it out on the floor. Are you sure that you should be doing that here? You don't really know what it does.
Yeah, that's why this is the perfect place.
Um,
Where else am I gonna do it? Huh?
I suppose it's safe here at least.
See, there you go.
Um, okay. So you power the spell, or at least try to. And she sees that you're having trouble, so she'll, because of course you can't use your class features, so she'll step in and help by providing some of her own. So, let's see. Does this have a save? Okay. So I'm going to need a expert religion.
I don't have one of those.
Give me a religion.
I'm trained in religion.
Now give me a expert occultism.
I have a trained occultism.
Good. Good. All right.
Can I use a hero point to add 4 to that, please?
Sure. That's fair. That's fair.
Or just use the hero point in general to give me a favorable outcome. Whichever one makes me not implode into stardust. I want to choose that one.
The good news is that through experimentation, at the very least, you have discovered its target. It has a target requirement. Something needs to be in the center from the interactions of the spell.
Renault, get in.
Well, it needs to be a dead creature.
Renault, get in. I got a dagger.
Fuck you, no. I'll get the fucking squirt bottle again.
Like, you're gonna lose half your limbs, and Renault's gonna have to inhabit a ghost, okay, you guys? Or a full suit of armor, alright? You guys gotta calm down here.
So what do you do?
It requires a dead creature.
It requires a dead creature. Give me a hard Arcana or Occultism, your choice. You might be able to piece together what
extra +1 to my Arcana, so let's see.
It is more relevant. Okay. So this spell is uncommon. It's hard to find. It's not something that you're going to get easily. It's not just one of those, it's fireball or it's magic missile. This one's a little obscure. It's called, it is a variation on the spell Rest Eternal. And what that does is you call upon gods, spirits, and stranger beings to bar a creature's spirit from ever returning.
That doesn't help me very much.
Well,
what
the body where you got all that ringing from had the text "May she rest eternal."
Oh, yeah, there's that.
But this isn't Rest Eternal.
It's the opposite.
It's, kind of the opposite.
Yes. Let's go back to the Church of Everlight.
I will tell you that having powered this ritual, you've committed a blasphemy.
Oh, come on, dude. God damn it.
That's no effect. Because
I'm cursed so...
Cursed.
I'm so fucking cursed. Be nice to me. Come on.
It has no effect.
Well, it's not like you're avoiding being cursed.
Yeah, it just has no effect because you've already got a much more powerful curse. It's like, get out of the way, nerd. Your Zahulu curse right now.
I thought my Zahulu anathema was cured with the presence of my anti-spell curse?
It isn't functioning. So it's like you're not cursed, but you still have it.
Oh.
No, this is the reason why this is profane, as it comes to you in a moment, as you consider Maluk, the origins of Arcana, the
Oh.
kingdom of Hoot that was blasted.
Yeah.
This spell is an extreme perversion of Rest Eternal. Rather than this person can never be called back to the mortal plane, and are just barred forever. This cuts someone off from the Fate Weaver's web entirely, such that they become a ring unto themselves, a self-justification.
Ooh.
This spell creates Sahuche.
Multiple Sahuchas?
Well, it depends on the caster and the amount of people involved. There were only 2 people involved, but it can support up to 3,000 casters.
All right, guys, I have a plan. We get a shitload of wizards and mages together. We kill me, and then I become Sahucha, and then I win everything forever.
That's a
this
terrible
happened
idea.
once upon a time with a man called Malice. What happened was the entire kingdom burned as the gods knowed it out of existence.
Oh, as in that's what happened to Hoot?
It's literally what happened, yeah. The gods were offended by the profanities, and they got fed up, and they were like, stop it. Stop it. And he was like, no.
Right, but what if I ask Pyros very nicely to help?
She was technically involved at that time, too.
Oh, so I'm literally recreating history, and I'm just like, let's go burn down a kingdom.
Well, it was kind of the response, right? It was like the gods were like, all right, we're just gonna blow this place up, and then they cast this mass ritual where everyone in the kingdom became a Sahucha. They were just pulled into a monstrous titanic undead. And the gods decided to kill that with fire. And the collateral damage was the nation.
I'm not trying to turn a kingdom into Sahucha.
True, but it does give you further insight as to the origins of all this stuff. Hang on 1 second. Let me get out the quest log. So you successfully performed the ritual, which completes this subquest for Ashen Ember of the Secrets of the Stars. Ba-doo. Complete. So it just comes to all of a suddens. There was a group of people that got together in the Sahuchan Kingdom, or what became the Sahuchan Kingdom, called the Guild of the Natasetkal.
The what?
The Guild of the Natasetkal. I'll write it out for you.
Alright, I don't... Okay. Oh shit, I don't... 1 sec, I have to go get my notepad.
And sitting there in the middle of the circle, smoking, no problem, is a singular brass key, whose head is in the shape of a mountain range that reveals a starry landscape. Above the mountain range is a crescent moon, and within that silver moon, a star. And you can hear, when you look at that key, a woman's voice saying, not a subcool. I will return. This is part 2 of 3 for the Secret of the Stars.
Okay. So the Guild of the Nautical. What was the mountain range and the star and the moon?
You're not sure?
That was what? That's what's on the.
Oh yeah, that's the head of the key.
The head of the key.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I left briefly to go get my notepad and everything like that I have all my notes on.
It's all in the quest log under the quest details for the Hall of Forgotten Woe.
Oh, okay. God damn it, I have all these fucking quotes. Alright. Do we know of anything about Not a Sutcole? Is this a new thing for me, or?
Yeah, you don't really know much about them. They're a very, very, very old organization. There's a lot of myths about them, but they say a lot of things. Some of them conflicting.
I'll ask what's her name who helped me.
Not a Sutcole. I heard they're ritual casters from North Mahamluk. They're around the time of Hoot's kingdom, I think.
Alright, so everything that I've been picking up so far throughout all this that's been giving me curses and blasphemies and etc. Have all been from the same time period, at least.
Mm-hmm. It's an arrow that's pointing quite straightly at that point of time. At the very least, now you have much more firm silhouettes to investigate rather than just the throw your hands up, I don't even know where to begin.
Well, I mean, I'm still in the same fucking... I mean, I still have to find out about the guild and shit about the key. I mean, I don't really... There's a mountain range with a starry landscape. Above that is a moon. Within that moon, a star.
It does.
All right, boys, time for the Apollo mission. So let's go to the moon. Star marks the spot.
It does strike you as similar to the Silver Crescent.
Right. That's sort of what I was thinking of. Shit. Does the mountain range look familiar?
Give me a hard nature. See if you can remember from just your generalized studies of nature.
Oh, nat 20. Come on, man. Give it to me.
It's difficult, but it's not that difficult.
Yes.
The particular formations of the slopes on the mountains are geologically significant in their formation. It's a rather precise depiction, and there's only a couple of places that you know of that have movements of plate like that. One of them is the mountain range that basically divides the former Maluk kingdom from Fira. And the other one is the mountain range to the east of Kinla.
All right. Okay. Was this mountain range one of the ones that I was on during my dream/coma/time travel mission?
You think so? Yeah.
Okay. And where's the old kingdom of Maluk?
Let me break out the old maps for you. All right, this has not been updated in quite some time, but I will use it as an explanative map. Oh, it's so old that I think it actually finally lost my map image. Wait, hang on. I still have an ad blocker. Nope, still there. It just has a photo bucket. It has a photo bucket splash on top of it. I apologize. Okay, so divided into regions. This is Mahamluk. Maluk is in the top northeast. Fira, its neighbor, is to its west. The border between the two on the northern end near the sea, that's the mountain range that you think this is depicting, if it's the one in Mahamluk.
And where the fuck are we? We're not even in this map, are we?
No.
We're in a different continent than that.
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. So I'm like fucking... I got linked... I have clues leading us to Asia and we're in South America? Is that what's happening right now?
It's kind of like that, yeah.
Oh, no.
It certainly seems like the road will not end here. But if it isn't there, and it is in fact in Seer, that range to the west-southwest of the Red Court, near Farah's Peak, that would be the range that it would be on.
Well, that one's closer. I mean...
It's not a sea away. It would probably take you guys a week to get there if you follow the main roads.
Okay. Well, there's
Okay.
that.
Yep. Okay. So she leaves you to your studies as she rolls her scroll back up and places it back in the case. You at least now have a small library of scrolls to cast from. So no longer quite defenseless, although she was kind of bereft of attack spells, which is unfortunate.
Can I use those scrolls just not using the scroll case?
Yeah.
And I can just use whatever... And does it consume the scroll each time?
Yes, that's the difference.
Gotcha.
If you put it in the scroll case, then it converts the energy of that spell
into illusory disguise or smooth. Got it.
Yep.
Shit. Alright.
I think you can only cast spells from your tradition, or scrolls from your tradition.
Oh, can I? Oh, okay. I don't think Phantom Pain is one. And Endure, I think, is Arcanic. But I think that's the only one.
Let's see, imprint message. Hold on.
Phantom Pain is first level.
Yeah, it's first level, but I don't think it's Arcane. I think it's Occult.
Yep. Those are all occults.
They're all Occult? Oh, shit. Alright. Well,
I didn't give you the arcane ones yet. Um,
Oh, I'd like those as well, please.
would you? Would you?
Wow, there's
Um,
no easy way to see what tradition a spell is
No, you
in the
can have,
spell browser.
you have to search it and then click through the different filters to see if it disappears.
you can. There are filters for it.
Yeah, there's the filter. You can filter by tradition, but you have to search the spell and then like click through the different filters to see um which one it is, instead of just clicking on the spell itself and it will pop up. It doesn't have like a tradition area in the description.
Yeah, no, in the description. I'm
Yeah.
looking at it through the compendium. Compendium's the easiest way to do it. She certainly has a theme going on in her spells. You theorize that she's probably a support caster.
How many L to a bulk?
4L to 1 bulk.
I think it's 10 actually.
Is it 10? It might be 10.
At least in my inventory, I have up to something that's at 9L.
Right, I got 7L right now, and it's still saying 3
Yeah,
semicolon
it's-
7L. So
It's 10L to 1 bulk. And then it doesn't round, I don't think.
Yes. So these are the spells that she has in stock.
and they're all first level, right?
Yes.
Will she let me steal them all?
Yeah. She's giving you the 7 occults and the 7 arcane. She's expecting that you'll have to use the occult scroll case of its simplicity with the occult ones. That's why she gave them to you. Because she doesn't have a wealth of spells on staff. At the very least, you can use your scroll case to supplement. She may not know many witches, but she knows how casting works. I think you can just drag the spell from the compendium into your inventory, and it should create a scroll of it.
A scroll of it? Oh,
Yeah.
I was dragging first level spells into it. Let's see here.
Let me try. Level 1, Arcane Acidic Burst.
It's not popping up for me.
Yeah, it's supposed to do it. Maybe you can't do it straight from the compendium.
Right.
Let's throw this thing in here real quick. Edits, animate rope, save entry, and drag into inventory. That must be broken right now. That is supposed to be a feature that's in there.
Well,
But I
I
guess
just have them like I'm labeling each one, like I'm editing and then labeling each one.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
your way
good.
would be so much easier, but here I am.
So mostly support spells is what she has for you.
Which I'm okay with, to be honest. It's better than being useless until I get my magic back. If I get my magic back.
And they're not worthless spells either.
And I can only use the scrolls that are of my tradition.
Yes, unless you put them into the occult scroll case of simplicity, in which case
It converts it.
It's a level 1 spell.
Gotcha. All right.
All you have to do is
decent
put the
spell,
scroll
actually.
case into the scroll case, the scroll into the scroll case, and activate the scroll case, and it'll convert and cast.
Yep.
So it still technically costs 2 actions to do it, unless you have one loaded.
And if it's arcane, does it use my proficiency bonus and everything?
Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
It uses everything as if you're the one that casts the spell.
I will denote them as spontaneous arcane spells, and I will have them in my spell browser
Fair
or
enough.
whatever.
All right.
Technically, you can also use scrolls to add them to your list of spells.
Yeah, you can learn them.
Yeah, but obviously that wouldn't help you since then you
Because
just
I
wouldn't be
can't
able to
use
cast them.
anything. Yep.
But if you have any scrolls on the other end,
There's all the freaking ruse. The cheesecake isn't even done yet.
I tried to warn you, Philip. I tried to warn you.
Yeah,
well,
I
did
can
you keep
wait.
the
It's okay.
juice?
Yeah,
You did.
no, no, I gave it. I will collect it later. I am
Yeah,
a patient man.
Come by after work tomorrow. It'll be done.
Yeah.
Honestly, it'll probably be done before work if you want to get up early.
Nah.
Okay, so that's what happened at the office. More quest progress, some promises of help, and a strange shining token to give to whomever is keeping the prince safe, provided that you trust them.
I trust Lillian.
Do you want to head back and give it to her?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what it does, but I trust her, so
You're giving it to Lillian, you said?
yeah,
Hmm?
because she said to give it to whoever is protecting him.
Yeah, I
She's
trust
the one who
Lillian.
let us in, so
I trust Lillian with my life, honestly.
I think that was actually one of my flaws in the 5e character was trust anybody in my religion. Just blindly, so
Yeah.
Okay. So you give her the token. And when you give it to her, it kind of just crumbles into dust. She tilts her head. Sorry, don't know what that was. She looks around confused. I don't quite get it. What was it? What was it supposed to do?
I don't know. Our friend just said to give it to somebody who's protecting us that we trust.
I see.
Also, did the calendar just advance like 3 weeks?
You don't know?
Okay.
So that's a yes.
I'll get back to my work then, I guess. There's knocking on the front door. Oh, would you mind?
Yeah, sure. I'll go get the door.
A tall, lizardy-looking person is standing beyond it. He'll nod. In his silk attire. I was told to come. You know this lizard. It is, in fact, Jake.
Oh. Is this the archpriest that they said they were gonna get?
He says as much. I am the archpriest.
Feels good, man.
Wow, yeah. That's convenient.
I suppose you must be famished, he says as he pulls out some food from seemingly nothing.
Oh, Fate.
A array of fruit and meat and cheese just in his claws.
Related. Did we work our way through any of the rations that I have that
Yeah,
I
you guys spend about
meant
2 on the road.
for travel?
Spend about 2 on the road, yeah.
And I'm
You,
assuming we
you
spent
ration
some
rations.
on the way to Wizard's Peak because I also didn't calculate that in.
Oh, well, that would have been like 8.
Oh, there you go. There's like a chunk of my bulk gone.
Right, that
Good
was like a
rations.
that's a
I
good
think
chunk.
we were saying that I was using the forager feat to feed us as much as I could.
That's true, yeah. So maybe 4 instead.
All right, we're gonna say it was 5 because 4 gets me just barely one more L, so it's gonna be 5. Get me down to just 1 L for rations.
So, good news. In fact, the prince has survived to the day of his crowning.
We teleported a week?
I think that's time travel, not teleportation.
Several weeks.
Dude, you don't have to be like this all the time. You have an option not to be you. All right? All right, Steve?
Yeah. I mean, do I though?
Um, so let me verify, but I believe that the appointed day is tomorrow. Gale save. Oh, sorry, one more day. Tick. Oh, can't do it with it open. So tomorrow, although it is technically 4 o'clock. Yeah, the city is in a little bit of worse shape just all of a sudden beyond the doors. No fires, at the very least. But a few buildings are just missing now. He'll step inside. We should prepare.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll take you to.
Hey, being an
Our nephew.
archpriest, can you give me magic back?
I cannot give you what you do not have.
I said back. I had it. Some bitch took it. Do I have to go hunt her down?
Took it?
Yeah, using this weird spherical thing. Spherical
That
spinny
is
thing.
Not something that I have ever run into before. I could try.
What did she do to you, Renault? Was it you?
She just locked away the powers of the sword.
Yeah, the sword just can't activate.
Bro, that's so small.
Well, I also was polite.
God damn it. I should have, she should have said something and I should have just used my sudden bolt like I was planning on.
I'm not sure it would reach her.
Didn't she
And her
stop your
spherical
magic
thing.
casting the first time too?
Yeah, she did.
But yeah, I'd lead Jake to our nephew.
It is good to see you unharmed, my king. We will see you crowned by sunset tomorrow, but before that, there are some things that we should go over concerning the Citadel. How much, he says as he looks to the party, do you know of it, the Citadel?
No, it's big and well fortified.
Yes. It has an undercroft, which serves as a trial for kings. He puzzles over the phrasing for a moment. For those who want to be king. Those who wish to become one must overcome its trials. It is known as a quite deadly place. Many princes have been killed there. So, firstly, you should know, I, as Archpriest, cannot intervene in the results of the test, no matter what is going on. I can only facilitate. My role is as an observer. Should I intervene at any time, the young prince will find it impossible to locate their crown. And that is the ultimate objective. Somewhere in that labyrinth, his crown awaits him.
Can anyone else intervene?
You, his trusted allies, may.
We prefer the term uncles, but that'll work.
Trusted uncles.
Trusted uncles.
Tilts his head. Uncles?
We told Jake we were looking for our nephew.
Yes.
Yeah,
He never
this is him.
Prince yet. But now that the prince is here, he's looking at the prince and he's looking at you guys.
I'll just like gesture to Yagda and be like, nephew.
Kind of just nonchalantly hold my head in my hand.
Nephew.
Yeah, nephew.
This one.
We incredibly Englishmen are absolutely the uncles of this Indian prince. Yes.
Yep.
Ask no questions, foul lizard.
I
That's
thought we
racist.
explained this. We didn't explain this? I thought we explained this.
No, because we didn't tell. We couldn't tell Jake who
No.
we were looking for.
I'm saying that in character, like, yeah, come on,
Oh,
it's our,
no.
it's our
Yeah, we
nephew.
couldn't tell him. He's our nephew.
No, we explained this. It's our nephew right here. What are you so surprised about?
Hey, we saved him from the boat.
Yeah. Don't you remember? Nephew.
We asked you like 57 questions.
Yeah. Nephew.
Stole a boat. Well, borrowed and promised to return, then failed to return.
Basically stealing.
Well, he says, unsure how to process that and just accepting it. You should prepare for an extended stay. The citadel sometimes takes hours, sometimes days to complete. Therefore, I think it is best that we proceed tonight to the citadel in hopes that we may crown the prince by sunset on the morrow.
Sounds good to me.
Alright, yeah.
Good. I will protect you on the way to the citadel. But once we reach its undercroft, of course, you will be on your own. Though I, of course, will be present.
You aren't present, you're Jake.
Yes,
Got him.
forgive me. He doesn't get it. He's too straight. He's too much of a straight man.
Yep.
You can't be your funny man.
Jokes go against the prime order or whatever. It says here
Generic
you're a
lawful good
heretic.
deity.
Felnor says no to joke.
Was that a joke? Am I a joke to you?
Bold words for somebody in
smited.
spiting distance.
Without much ado, Jake will help you guys pass through the city to the north. There will be a couple of people that will dare to get in your way, but Jake will just push them aside. There's no resistance possible that the city can currently afford Jake if he wants to intervene. And so you guys make it to the citadel, where you're greeted by two men in shining plate armor and Jake will lead you guys back to the back and to a set of stairs. He will gesture. Down here lies the Undercroft, and at the beginning of his trials to ascend. If you have prayers that you wish to offer, I would offer them here where the gods may hear you the most.
Yeah, I'll say a prayer to Kikosha. Seems like a good time.
Yeah. They'll net you a hero point at the start of next game session.
What did we say my patron was? Pyros?
I think
Yes.
so, yeah.
Sure.
For freedom and for protection. Kios, do you offer a prayer to your patron?
Godwood?
No. I
Okay.
just be looking at everybody like they're weird.
Fair enough. Jake will lead you guys down and advise that you arm yourselves. He doesn't quite know what will await you there. Do you follow his advice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Marge tugs on his arms to make sure they're still attached.
Yep.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So you guys descend into the cold darkness. There's no lights down here, and he'll tell you, in fact, to not expect many. You'll have to get by on your own items and endurance and strength. And in fact, as you guys make it to the bottom of these stairs leading into this room piled with bones and a wood altar with steps leading up to it, where lies a receptacle for a book. He will stride past and produce a extremely high value prayer book to Felinor. He will place that on the pedestal, and he'll say a short prayer, and then turn and say, "It has begun." And then, in a flurry of movement, this is the situation.
It's a lot of enemy NPCs.
And we will get to that next game.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm kind of fucked if I'm gonna be in front. I don't think I would have been leading. Like, let's swap me into the back real quick.
Fair enough.
I don't know if we know which way is the back right now. We are kind of
let's put
surrounded
Pancake
by
down here.
skeletons.
Well, it doesn't really help that I can't. All I'm gonna be able to do is fucking bop them with my staff, just whip it around everywhere. Oh, secondary question. Can I use my staff? Because it's got those charges.
Yeah, as a magic item.
Ooh, nice. So I can use Phantom Pain.
Like a thief.
Oh, I guess actually, another question. Would I lose the Detect Divinity spell while the sword is locked up?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, is that where that spell comes from?
Yeah.
So what? That makes sense why what's her name got so angry that I said it was your patron.
Well, I think that was more because that was, the sword, and then that was her portfolio.
What he reported to her was, all right, so we have people attacking other people with divine weapons in the forest, and this guy has a divine weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so she was like, oh, I see. Well, we don't have any hard evidence that it's him. It's been going on since before him. But nonetheless, we don't need more. So,
I guess that makes sense why your main thing with that was just locking up the weapon.
Yep, you can still swing it. It still deals damage and all that. It
Yeah.
just can't work as normal.
Fate, were you expecting us to stay there so I could get my magic back, or?
Oh, I have a variety of situations that could have worked out as.
Oh,
One of them included y'all just decide to become underlings of the Burning Knights.
yeah, that wouldn't have happened.
And as an ulterior motive to just be like, hey, we need to go to Grinholt because there's heresy going on there, like wicked bad heresy. Okay, bye. We're gonna go with Eddard.
Yeah, I
Would've
would
liked
have been
that.
willing to join, but
That's like
the whole
Shrek.
stealing Chaos's powers, I don't think we really had an option.
Yeah, that's like Shrek joining the prince. I don't see that happening, dude.
I try to leave things open.
Yeah,
because
no,
you
I
guys
appreciate it. I appreciate you having a scenario for that. I'm just telling you, that would have been last case.
could have attacked her in her tent. That would have been fun.
I was about to, but then she took my magic like right before I was about to. I was like, "What the fuck's she doing?" And then
knew.
like,
She knew it was about to happen.
oh,
So-
dude, I should have done it just a little bit sooner. I'm so pissed that I didn't. She should have been like, "And you, Kios," and I'm like, "Nope, nope, you're not taking shit from me, bitch." That's what I should have done.
gotten
But
caught as you guys were escaping. One or all of you, or one of you and then all of you, and that would have led to Colborne saying "fuck it" and just becoming the biggest distraction.
oh man, we should have intentionally gotten caught. That would have been cool.
And then probably killed.
Oh, well, that would still would be cool, but I don't know. He's probably not gonna pop up anymore.
His priority is Shula's safety.
Yeah.
That and hanging out in his sweet new ice bachelor pad. Except not bachelor pad, but it's still a bachelor pad.
Ice condo.
Yeah. Iceman cave. Yeah, there are a variety of ways that you guys could have approached all of that, and I tried to prepare for all of them. This next bit is going to be a good old-fashioned dungeon romp, complete with puzzles and etc.
Without any magic.
Not any, but limited, certainly.
Very limited magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we'll have 2 support casters as our pretty much main casting.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be in the group, so I'm going to be like sitting back with my sling.
You've got important knowledge that they will need.
Yeah. I'll be an out of combat person next time, I guess.
And you might be surprised how useful your martial abilities might be in the situations that you guys will find yourselves in.
My martial abilities?
Mhm.
Do I have martial abilities?
I mean, you can attack.
Oh, you mean just like whapping them?
The party's martial abilities.
Oh,
in
gotcha.
general, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you still deal damage.
Do I know how many charges my mentalist staff has?
Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. It has 3 charges.
Can I use some of my scrolls to up the charges? Or to recharge it?
I appreciate the thinking outside the boxness, but unfortunately, no. It has a
God damn it.
refueling, that sort of thing is specialized.
I think most magic items that have charges have a specific way of like, this is how they get charges back.
Right.
Yep.
Or they just disintegrate when they run out of charges.
Yep. And you're not quite sure what it takes to give any back. It might not be rechargeable. Some aren't. Most are, though.
Oh, I should probably... Oh, nope, not that. I should remove the modifier for the dinner. I didn't...
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't remove that.
It's about
One really good
about
dinner.
3 weeks past, dude.
Yeah. 3
So did
weeks
that
ago, I had a
coin
pretty good
just
dinner.
travel us through time, or is that just a time skip to where we need to be?
If you bring it up with Jake, he'll explain that effectively what happened was everyone was put to sleep for a bit, while they basically magic walled the holding that you were in.
Oh, okay. It's probably a bit rude to do to a active church, but too late
Well,
now, I guess.
they didn't know. All you said was that you trust them. You're just staying at a place. And probably after Kanani was like, "Oh shit, I should have asked. Guess I'm the church now."
Had to stand outside giving sermons because nobody could get in.
Kagosho, yeah, endurance.
Woo!
Yeah, protect people.
Go away now.
um, so yeah, it's going to be a good old-fashioned dungeon romp, complete with all of the tropes that you would normally expect, except pits. No pits.
Great.
Fuck pits.
Thank God. Those things are the
Zero
pits.
pits.
All right. That one was weak. We can both agree that one was weak.
Getting close
However,
to 30 now.
there will be interesting and difficult brain ticklers, and various application of unusual skills.
Does anybody know how to juggle?
You know, I actually considered taking that feat. I actually considered it for like
There's a
5
feat for
seconds.
that?
There's a
Yes, there
feat
is
for
a
juggling?
feat to make you be able to juggle and use your hands for other crap. Yes.
Yes, there is. Marv is going to be disappointed in themselves.
I
We're gonna get
actually
to a puzzle based entirely around juggling.
This could have been my time to shine.
The one time I will ever use that in D&D ever, and I didn't take it.
There's a whole archetype for juggling.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But you won't be as good. Never as good as the person that takes a feat for it.
Yep.
That's the drawback.
For the archetype, you get the feat. It's like
Yeah.
half of a class to
It's true.
just know how to juggle.
Just to be able to be really, really good at juggling.
One of their class feats they can take is quick juggling. When you start juggling, you can add another item to those you are juggling. You add 2 items.
Nice.
I love how that works too. It's what juggler is I really want to stop pulling things out of my backpack. What is my solution? Constantly throw everything that I might want into the air.
That's why I like I love the rat folk from the APG. This just, I don't want to have it in my backpack. I'll just shove it in my mouth. That'll be safe.
Well,
You
it's like
become fatigued if you continue juggling for more than 10 minutes within the course of an hour.
That's understandable.
Yeah. It's just like, if you're gonna do that, I mean, I don't even know if this is a thing in 2E, but I remember there's somebody be talking about just playing a Warforged and installing a bag of holding in your mouth. Just do that.
What a terrifying eater that is. They just bash their face into the table and the table is missing.
Yep. You just consume as that's what. Did you just see this lad walk around the corner? He's got like an entire arsenal of stuff. Like it's an adventure, you know. He walks into a shop, gonna buy like a few swords and a shield and some armor, and then you wonder where the heck is he gonna keep it all, and then he just eats it.
God, I remember I had a Pathfinder campaign where we ended up waterboarding somebody with a bag of holding.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Need a decanter of endless water. It's just a portal to the freaking plane of water. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. New lore, new 2E lore. You filled the bag up with water, but it's a bag of weasels. So you just stick their face into a bag of weasels.
It's
Well,
wet,
not
angry
everything
weasels.
you take out has like a 50% chance to become a weasel.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Take
you're
his
being
face out,
attacked.
bam, weasel.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How far does that extend? Because if you actually fill up the stupid weasel bag with water and you just take out like a drip at a time, can you just. How many weasels is that? That's a lot of weasels.
Infinite.
Yeah.
Lots of weasels.
I mean, you
More
can
weasels
just
than you would ever
dump
need.
out the bag as well.
Yeah, well, no, you dump it into like a sieve or something, and then you put that below like a collection bit so you can feed the water that doesn't turn into weasels back into the bag.
Hmm.
All right.
The weasel has no loyalty to you.
It doesn't.
It just love some just random lines and item descriptions.
All right.
Okay, it's
I
actually
had
just
fun,
a
guys.
random.
I have to bail. Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
okay.
yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
See you, Chaos.